Hello, readers and listeners, and welcome back to my channel for another fabulous billionaire romance. Today we have her marriage pact with the billionaire. I kind of love the idea of a marriage pact because it's like a safety net, right? You found a great guy, but you're not sure he's the one, so you make this marriage pact. And then 10 years down the road, things haven't worked out with anybody else, you get to marry this great guy. It's also, I think, empowering. When you have a safety net, you jump into life with like a lot more enthusiasm. So that kind of wasn't the case here. In this story, it's two best friends who make a marriage pact that if they haven't found anyone else, if they are still single in 10 years, then they'll get married. So that kind of a safety net, like I'm not going to spend the rest of my life alone. And if I spend it with my best friend, it'll be a pretty good life. So, unbeknownst to Virginia, her best friend is secretly in love with her, which puts an added twist on the story. So, without giving anything more away, I'm going to welcome you to her marriage pact with the billionaire.
Her marriage pact with the billionaire. A Billionaire Bachelor Cove Romance. Written by Lucy McConnell. Narrated by Christina Dimmick. Chapter 1. Quinton Willoughby kicked his feet up on the table in front of him and hit play on his phone. The music trickled softly through his earbuds, blocking out the silence and the heavy feeling that accompanied stacks of books. He'd graduated from Stanford, walked that very afternoon wearing ropes that denoted his great academic achievements. And yet, he had no idea what was in the heavy tomes lining the opposite wall. Shouldn't a man know what was in those books before he was let loose on the world? A tap on his shoulder had him jerking his feet to the floor and whipping his head around. Fear of the elderly librarian, who accidentally bruised a shin with his cane, lived inside every student. Instead of the craggy snarl of Mr. Geezer, he was met by an impish smile on the most beautiful face on campus. Virginia Lockwood. His best friend and the love of his life. Though she didn't know that last part, yet. She tugged on the wire dangling down his chest, and his earbuds popped out. "What are you doing in here?" Her dark golden brown hair hung over one shoulder and smelled like mint. He twisted the wire around his fingers and tucked it into his front pocket. "I didn't feel like going to a party." She sat next to him and propped her feet up on the table, copying his stance from before. "You'd better not let old man Geezer catch you with your feet on a table." He joined her, feeling stupid and rebellious with a dash of recklessness thrown in. Graduation night was full of a special kind of magic that came from checking off a bucket list item. He and Virginia had exceeded their parents' expectations, and it felt good. So good that he might do something really dumb, like tell Virginia he loved her. "What can he do to me now?" She leaned over so their shoulders were touching and whispered behind her cupped hand, "Ban you from the library." He cupped his hand and said, "He can't, my name's on the building." She giggled. "The ink isn't dry on your diploma, and you're already throwing around your billionaire status." He chuckled, taking her teasing. She was one of the few people who could joke about his family's wealth. She'd earned the right to do so by sticking with him as his father grabbed a hold of his secretary, who was younger than Quinton, and headed for warmer waters in his yacht the year before. Ginny was the one who stayed up late at night and listened to him rage against the injustice, and she heard every name he called the man who had raised him to love the family business. A business Quinton was required to step into next Monday. Virginia sighed, her body softening into his a little more. Quinton lifted his arm, inviting her to lay her head on his chest. She did, playing with the shark tooth on a leather string she'd bought him on their group trip to Hawaii over spring break. He knew the physical closeness didn't mean anything to her, but it meant everything to him. He had to breathe deeply and think of those books he hadn't read to keep his pulse from thundering in her ear. She breathed in, her back lifting under his arm. "It feels like time ran away on us. I thought school would last forever." "Me too." He'd thought he'd have enough time to tell her how he felt. But the right moment never came. Maybe the fact that she'd searched him out was a sign. I'm scared of tomorrow. Tomorrow never comes. He should just ask her to stay. Stay with him. Your philosophy class is showing, she joked. Readjusting so her shoulder was tucked into him, she said, my plane will leave in the morning, and I have to be on it. The conviction in her voice gave him pause, made him think about what would happen after he professed his undying love. He could see it all play out. She would shake her head sadly, her eyes clouding over as she told him she would wither and die if she stayed in corporate America. That she was exploring the world to find herself. That she needed to breathe outside of her father's expectations and her mother's insistence. You're going to do great things out there. I know it, he assured her. Her cheek bunched up against his chest as she smiled. Yeah, I'm the next Mother Teresa. Part of her trip was dedicated to volunteering with children. Don't do that. Don't sell yourself short. If you love one child, one person, you're making a difference in their life. Like you've made in mine, he thought. Virginia sat up, her legs dropping to the ground and her eyes brimming with tears. How am I ever going to do this without my best friend? She sniffed and dabbed under her eyes. Quinton felt the words best friend like a knife to the gut. He sat up slower than she had, careful of the raw wounds she'd unintentionally inflicted. I'll be here when you get back. That was his last hope. And you can call any time you need a pep talk. She laughed through the sorrow. Thanks. And I will be back. My dad made sure I understood that this was temporary. At some point I have to earn my keep, and frittering away my trust fund doesn't count as contributing to society. He smiled sadly. It's a date. 10 years from now, we'll share a dance. She shook her head. I can't leave it like that, not between us. We've been through too much. He lifted his empty hands. What do you want from me? She grabbed his hands, sending his heart soaring. I want to make a pact. If you draw blood, I'm going to hazmat you. He joked, but the truth was that he'd do whatever he could to keep a part of her with him. She giggled. No. Not that kind of pact, you weirdo. I want a marriage pact. A what now? He asked. Had she just said marriage? She nodded slowly, her eyes darting from place to place as if she was working out the details in her mind before saying them out loud. If, in 10 years, you aren't married and I'm not married, then we marry each other. His breath came up short. You're crazy. I feel crazy. And stupid. And reckless, he filled in. I want to hold on to what we have. She drew his hand to her heart. Hers beat rapidly, matching his racing pulse. But we both need to fly. There was no question what his answer would be. She could have pricked his finger and he would have gone along with it if it made her happy. Yes. Sunshine broke through the clouds when she smiled, warming his whole body. They were officially maybe engaged. Her eyes dropped to his mouth and she moistened her lips. We should seal the pact with a kiss. The very air was charged with expectation. Like the stars and planets had aligned, the right ingredients were there, and the universe stirred the pot, bringing him and Virginia closer and closer together. Her breath was warm on his mouth, and then her eyes dropped shut and he kissed her. His fingers found their way to her cheek, and the softness and warmth of her skin lit a fire in his chest. He gathered her close, deepening the kiss and being met with an eagerness he hadn't anticipated nor prepared for. She moved onto his lap, her hands combing through his hair and then trailing down his neck. Her touch was like ambrosia. They kissed and kissed. Never wanting to stop. Not knowing if they could tear themselves apart, because on the other side of that kiss was a whole new life. A life where they weren't together every day, where they wouldn't be able to lean on one another. An automatic voice recording came over the speakers, telling patrons that the library would be closing in 5 minutes. Virginia gasped, pulling back. Her fingers flew to her slightly swollen lips. And then they brushed his, equally as sensitive. He kissed her fingers. There. It's official. She nodded. No backing out. Never, he promised. Her phone trilled and her face fell. I have to go. He nodded. His whole being screamed to hold her tighter, to keep her in his arms. But he also knew that if he did that, he'd end up losing her. His only choice was to let her fly and pray she came back to him. He picked up her hand, and they walked down 3 flights of stairs and out of the library in silence. What more was there to say? If his kiss hadn't told her how much he treasured her, then no words could make her believe his fidelity. Just outside of the doors, her fingers slipped from his and her footsteps echoed away into the night. 10 years. She was right. Anything could happen in 10 years. The corners of his mouth tugged up. Anything could happen. Chapter 2. 10 years later. Quinn gripped the leather seat tighter. His conscious mind knew that the simulation on the screen wasn't real, but his body reacted to the 3D image and the roaring of the roller coaster piped through the speakers. His breaths came in quick succession, and his heart ticked in sync with the sound of the anti-rollback device. He couldn't stop grinning as flashes of the California coastline zoomed by in his peripheral vision. The car moved forward and the tracks dropped out of sight, taking his stomach with them. The seat shook as they took the last big drop. He noted the lack of rollover. He'd have to fix that in order to generate the sensation of floating out of your seat while falling down the 150-foot drop. Once he did, the finale would be the crown jewel of the Prince of Thieves coaster. The ride click-clacked to a stop, and the hissing of the release valve for the lap bars ended the simulation. Quinn climbed out of the bucket seat and glanced across the top of the 2-seater simulation machine. His older brother, Ben, exited the other side. Ben's short brown hair stood on end, indicating that he'd run his hands through it several times while on the ride. That was a good sign. That was awesome. Quinn bumped fists with him over the top of the machine and then stepped away. His mind repeated the changes that needed to be made in the layout of the tracks. He dropped behind his computer and began typing a list. Ben wandered around the home office, which was a playground of electronics. Easily Quinn's favorite space, the west wall was covered in a mural depicting several of Quinn's most outlandish creations, roller coasters that made people scream, grab their seats, and speak to their maker. Ben may have been the driving force behind the business side of Magic Lamp Parks, but Quinn was the genius who set their rides above the rest. No one touched his level of creativity and daring. The closest competitor was a startup in China. So far, all they'd succeeded in doing was make unremarkable copies of Magic Lamp's current coasters. They were careful to stay on the right side of trademark and copyright infringement laws. Quinn's patents on the hydraulics used in Magic Lamp Parks meant his rides could go higher, faster, and be totally amazing, while the competitors had to settle for 3/4 of the speed, height, and therefore awesomeness. Quinn had been so excited to show Ben the new simulation that he didn't even ask him why he'd driven his Elvis Presley-owned golf cart over from his house next door. "What's up with you?" Ben shrugged, a knowing gleam in his eye. That was a thrill. He pointed to the simulator. "How long till the designs are finished?" "It'd be perfect for the Pennsylvania park." "I thought you retired." Quinn opened the design program and began manipulating the tracks to add that rollover at the top of the last drop. A rollover had the effect of yanking the seat right out from under a rider, floating them. Usually their stomachs lifted too, earning giggles and screams. Only from the boring stuff. He picked up a pair of 3D goggles and fiddled with the strap. "So what do you think? Pennsylvania?" "Sure. But we can't build it yet." "Why not?" "It won't pass the seizure test." Ben dug his hands in the pockets of his jeans. Shoot. I'll get it there. Quinn worked in silence for a few minutes, lost in the lines and loops. This came for you, sir. Burgess interrupted his concentration. His valet, for lack of a better term, had access to the whole house. He was the only person, besides Quinn's niece Savannah and Ben, who could interrupt his work without earning a scowl. Burgess set a thick cream envelope near the keypad. Quinn's name and address were printed in calligraphy across the middle. In the upper left-hand corner was the golden red seal of his alma mater. I believe it's the invitation to your college reunion. Quinn stared at the envelope as if its existence was questionable and perhaps he'd gone crazy in the last 5 minutes. He supposed it could happen, the coaster would induce seizures. Burgess left without saying goodbye. Slowly, Quinn became aware of Ben standing close, staring at him while he stared at the envelope. Quinn readjusted his focus on the computer screen. Well, demanded Ben. Aren't you going to open it? Later. Quinn, Ginny could be there. While it had always been Virginia in college, he and Ben had taken to calling his almost fiancée Ginny over the last few years. The nickname reminded him of all the time he'd spent pining away over a woman who was drifting across the globe. So? Was his brilliant response. Ben huffed. So, I've watched you sabotage every possible relationship for 10 years because you're in love with this woman, and this is your ticket to her. This is your dance card. Quinn pressed his lips shut and refused to look away from the screen. He didn't need the imploring look his brother was no doubt throwing his way. Nor did he need the "you're a fool" look that was sure to follow. Instead of railing on him as Quinn expected, Ben spoke softly. Don't get me wrong, bro. You saved my butt when Grace and I split up. I had no idea what I was doing as a single father, and you were a lifesaver. But this reunion is your expiration date on that marriage pact. I hate deadlines, he mumbled. Always have, Ben agreed. I can't fly down there. This is our busy season. Like your job has a busy season. The parks are busy, but you set your own schedule. Don't be chicken. Quinn chose to ignore him rather than engage in a spirited debate about going after a woman who'd left him to find herself. As he looked back on that night so long ago, he shook his head. He'd always known who Ginny was on the inside, she just couldn't see herself. It baffled him that she'd struggled to understand how remarkable she truly was. I didn't want to do this. Ben kicked Quinn's chair to get his attention. But I'm going to have to throw your words back in your face. Quinn rolled his eyes. Do your worst, he taunted. You asked for it. Ben took a deep breath, running his hand through his hair. When Grace and I divorced, I swore I'd never fall in love again. Quinn spun his seat so his back was to Ben. Never mind, I don't want to hear it. Ben grabbed the chair and twisted him back around, preventing him from ignoring the conversation. You told me that love didn't ask permission. It came when God wanted you to have it, ready or not. Quinn glared. You're misquoting me. I'm not that eloquent. A slow smile crept up Ben's cheeks. I may have embellished a little. I guess falling in love has made me sentimental. He pulled an engagement ring out of his pocket and set it on the desk. Quinn barely glanced at the velvet box. His brother was getting married. He surged from his chair, nearly knocking Ben over with his half-hug, half-tackle. Pounding him on the back, he laughed hard. You son of a gun. Avery? Ben laughed. Yes, Avery. Who else? Quinn gave him another manly squeeze. Avery Croft was the secretary at Savannah's private school. She and her son, Landon, had worked their way into Ben's heart and life. Not a night went by that they weren't all together for dinner or studying or fun. Quinn tagged along as often as possible, never feeling like an outsider but definitely feeling like part of a growing family. He released his brother. I'm happy for you, man. Thanks. Ben pocketed the box. He picked up the invitation and held it out. I'd like to be happy for you in the same way. He shoved the envelope into Quinn's chest. Go get the girl. And bring her home, would you? Avery wants to meet her. He left Quinn standing there, holding the envelope to his chest. Getting back into marriage after his first one had shattered showed just how brave Ben was when it came to love. Quinn could be that brave. He glanced at the computer screen and then up at the mural on the wall. Who was he kidding? Ginny wouldn't be there. She was never the type to jump into formal affairs, preferring to hang out in the library in a pair of cut-off jeans. She'd be right at home in his office here, working on her thing while he did his. Except he didn't even know what her thing was anymore. He threw the envelope on the far desk, as far away from him as he could get it. He wasn't going. All the deadline meant was that he'd wasted 10 years of his life hoping for a miracle. Well, if love was meant to find him, then it would have to come to the office, because he had better things to do than put on a tux and chase after a woman who hadn't so much as sent him a text in 10 years. She probably didn't even remember him. Chapter 3. Outside the casement window, the sky was a brilliant kaleidoscope of pink and purple with diamond jewels sprinkled throughout, laid there by the Creator. Ginny Lockwood had seen sunsets all over the world, and none of them compared to the one that decorated the sky each night in India. She rocked, holding 6-month-old Arya close to her bosom. Arya's parents would be there in 3 weeks to pick her up. Miss Ginny, you will spoil her, scolded Sister Mary, the nun who ran the small orphanage. She'd painted the iron cribs turquoise blue and decorated the walls with multicolored handprints left there by children who had been adopted or grown old enough to make it on their own in the world. Heaven help them. Somehow, Sister Mary managed to give each graduating boy and girl a bicycle. Some of them were in better condition than others, but the children knew such a gift was an opportunity to work, and they accepted them with grateful hearts. You can't spoil an infant, and you know it, Ginny responded. The nun may get away with frightening the other sisters and the children into obedience, but Ginny was a lost cause. She'd forever say what she thought and do as she pleased. Like kissing the baby's downy head before laying her in the crib. Sister Mary preceded her out of the room, pausing to tuck in a corner of a sheet here and pull down a shirt there. Her gray habit swished, and Ginny wondered how she wore such heavy clothing when it was so hot. They didn't have many babies in their orphanage, so the little one she'd been cuddling was a gift. India had a rampant problem with baby trafficking. It took 3 to 4 years to adopt a child through the official channels, but families could pick up a new son or daughter fresh from the hospital if they went through the black market. Ginny stayed out of the politics. As long as the children were with loving families, she would let the politicians take care of the details. Sister Mary stopped at the small table perched in the hallway. Your mail came through today. The letter on top looks official. Ginny accepted the small stack. The cream envelope did indeed look official with her alma mater's seal in the upper left-hand corner. It's probably from the Alumni Association asking for money. She ripped the flap open, and a delicately written invitation to her 10-year reunion slipped out. The oxygen left the room. She stared, read, and reread, trying to make sense of the number. 10 years couldn't have gone by. It was only a short time ago that she'd donned a cap and gown, skipped out on the party, and kissed Quinton in the library. Her fingers went to her lips as they did every time she thought about that kiss. Never in all her life, before or after, had she experienced a kiss that opened her soul the way that one had. She'd thought about that moment at least once a day, and every time her lips tingled. She hadn't called, texted, or sent a postcard to Quinton in all her travels. There didn't seem to be much more to say after a kiss like that. She still wasn't sure what she was supposed to do about it. And then there was the marriage pact. It was her stupid idea, an act of desperation as she clung to the time she'd spent with her best friend. Quinton never told her what to do, rarely offered advice. He was her champion. When she'd come up with the idea of seeing the world before settling down, he'd bought her a hiker's pack. Not that he had contacted her, either. She frowned, wondering if he even remembered the pact. Or cared. He could be married, happily. Not that she'd want him unhappily married. He was her friend, and she didn't want it any other way. Bad news? Asked Sister Mary, her gaze dropping to the invitation. Ginny stretched her arms over her head, working out the sore muscles. Not in the usual sense. It's an invitation to my 10-year college reunion. Sister Mary's forehead crinkled in confusion. Ginny dropped her arms. It means that it's time for me to leave. With the statement out there in the universe, it felt like her rib cage caved in and she leaned against the wall. The weight of the mantle she'd assume when her feet touched American soil already suffocated. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. Sister Mary offered a touch of confidence to her words, pulling Ginny away from the wall to stand on her own 2 feet. I made a deal with my father. I thought he'd passed away. He did. But that's what makes it all the more important that I uphold my end of things. Family businesses should be run by family, he used to say. It wasn't like he'd taken over Lockwood Family Pharmaceuticals from his father or anything. Dad built the business from the ground up. But he'd built it as a family company from day one, and it seemed the only thing he wanted more than the money he brought in was to see Ginny succeed him as president. Not Ginny, Virginia. Gag. The name was overbearing and put on airs. When she'd moved to Scotland, the nickname popped out of her mouth as she'd introduced herself, and it had stuck with her ever since. It felt authentic in a way Virginia never had. If it's important to you, then you'll find a way to be successful. Ginny snorted. Lockwoods thrive at succeeding. We don't know how to fail, it gives us hives. Another quote from her dad. She wasn't even home yet, and already she was turning into him. I'm not afraid of what's ahead, I feel cheated by Father Time. Sister Mary patted her arm. You are a timeless woman. You value babies and children but cannot live without your Netflix subscription. Ginny laughed, feeling the happiness in her whole body. That's not the definition of a timeless woman. Ah, well. The corners of Sister Mary's eyes wrinkled. Don't worry so much about time. God doesn't. And things seem to work out for him. Ginny shook her head at the wise and mischievous nun who worked 18-hour days and spent hours on her knees. I suppose you're right. She yawned. I'll make arrangements in the morning to leave. I'd like to be here for Nubai's farewell party. The boy was 16 and had acquired an apprenticeship with a printer. He had a smile that would break many hearts. When Ginny told him that, he'd been offended, saying he didn't wish to make anyone sad. Once Ginny explained the terminology, he blushed and hardly looked her in the eye for a week. Such a sweet kid, determined to make his way in the world. She hoped he hung on to that innocence. He would like that very much. Sister Mary kissed both of Ginny's cheeks and then sent her off to bed. Ginny lay on her mat, staring out the small, open window at a sky full of stars, wondering if Quinton ever thought about her. Chapter 4. Quinton rubbed his sore eyes at the same time he wondered if it was too late to call his massage therapist. Wendy didn't work Friday nights, but he could set an appointment for tomorrow morning. His neck muscles were as hard as steel and kept him from letting go of his work. The hot tub would relax him enough to sleep. He'd stared at a computer screen for over 10 hours, having finally gotten the rollover angles right and working out the math for the safety system regulations. The new coaster would be ready when it was ready. That was one of his stipulations, he didn't work under a deadline. Deadlines killed creativity. But somehow, he managed to get a new coaster designed to the board about every 3 months, so no one complained about his artistic temperamental nature. Food would have been nice, but all he wanted to do was fall into bed for the next 2 days. Figuring out the complicated formulas that defied Newton's laws was his geeky thrill that pushed Quinn to ignore his physical limits. He'd given his all to the art of creation, the fusion of science and form, and come out of it with a product that would be enjoyed by billions of people and a feeling of satisfaction that he had yet to find in any other area of his life. He entered his spacious suite. The room was done in golds and navy blue with cream walls and heavy, manly fabrics. The designer who had bid the job wanted to add leopard and zebra prints along with mirrors on the ceiling and other oddities, like the hot tub off to the right and the bank of privacy windows that allowed him to see out over the cove. He assured her he would rather sleep in a cabin in the woods, and she'd come back with dark woods, African tiles in the bathroom and around the sunken hot tub, and thick carpet that was like walking on a pillow. The hot tub and windows stayed, and he was glad. On nights like this, that hot tub was heaven sent. Instead of walking into an empty, quiet space, he found Burgess standing at the foot of his bed while two maids retrieved suits from his walk-in closet and held them up for inspection. On the bed was Quinn's Armani black two-piece suit in a herringbone pattern. There was also a pressed blue shirt and a selection of ties. Apparently, nothing held a candle to the Armani, because Burgess continued to send the maids back for other options. Lydia came back with her hands empty. "There is no more." She sliced her finger through the air and cocked her hip, daring Burgess to contradict her. If Burgess had known how to slouch, he would have at that moment. Instead, his general sense of being disgruntled shone through. "Very well. This will have to do." Lydia went back into the closet and came out with Sue, her trainee, who looked as bad as Quinn felt. "What's all this?" he demanded. Burgess frowned. The invitation denoted formal attire. "We were simply reviewing your options." "Could have seen them in the closet just fine," Lydia murmured as she passed Burgess, her nose in the air. Burgess's eyes followed her from the room. Not in a creepy way, but with much admiration. Is there romance in the air tonight?" He couldn't help but tease Burgess, who stood at military attention. His eyes hooded so Quinton could no longer read his feelings. "Only if your evening proves, shall we say, fruitful." "I have no idea what you're talking about." Quinn sat on the bench at the bottom of his bed and shucked off his shoes and then his socks. A comfortable moan rose from deep within. "Your reunion." Quinn waved him off. "I'm not going." He made his way into the walk-in closet, where he selected a pair of striped pajama pants and a white t-shirt. Burgess followed him in, his face pinched. "Pardon me, sir, but I RSVP'd your acceptance." Quinn groaned. Burgess was a stickler for these sorts of things. Always careful to abide by the rules of proper etiquette. He'd been a lifesaver in the past, but he'd make Quinn's week miserable if Quinn reneged on an RSVP. Having the table set with 7 forks and planning several course meals to trap him at the table when he'd rather be in his office. The chef was sensitive when it came to formal dining. "Why would you do that?" "I never said I was going." "Your brother indicated that was your desire." "Ben." Quinn mentally shook his fists at his brother. "I'm going to kill my brother. He has no right to interfere with my love life." "Or lack of one," added Burgess. "That's right." Quinn took a moment to realize he'd been insulted. Shaking it off, he continued on his tirade, his fatigue inching away in the shadow of his growing indignation. Not everyone was meant to be as deliriously happy as Ben and Avery. "The fact that Ben wants that same happiness for me is great, but I'm pretty sure I should want it for myself, and I don't." "That would be ridiculous." "Stop agreeing with me." Burgess maintained his poker face. "Anyway, there's no way of knowing if Ginny will even be there." His shoulders fell forward. "What would you do?" Burgess blinked in surprise at being asked a direct question. He did his best to be vaguely helpful in matters such as these. "I'd like to say I'd shun the coward and win the fair lady." He cast his eyes to the door where Lydia had disappeared moments before. Aha! It's not so easy when it's your heart on the chopping block. I dare say my heart has never been close to a chopping block. But yes, I see your point. His chest expanded inside his dark gray vest. I say go. If only to close the chapter. Quinn considered his words. You know what's worse than not knowing an answer? Knowing it's no. I've lived with a big question mark for years. It's comfortable. This. He threw his arm out, indicating the suits hung by color and designer. Is not comfortable. Is there any way out of this? The Alumni Association won't notice if I'm not there. You were on the cover of the Alumni magazine last month. They brought the reunion to Seattle to make it convenient for you to attend. They'll notice. I don't believe there is a way to skip out without besmirching your good name. Not a besmirchment. Quinn gasped in mock horror. Burgess narrowed his eyes. He might take teasing about Lita in a roundabout way, but don't mock decorum. Quinn threw the pajamas back on the shelf and stomped out. Burgess followed, enunciating clearly. Which is why I pulled the Armani. The double-vented back will give you the ability to run away should you chicken out. Touché, my good man. He chuckled. For some reason, Burgess's cheekiness made Quinn like his valet even more. It's also your best power suit. A lady would be impressed by a man who can pull this off. Burgess brushed imaginary lint off the flat-fronted trousers. Quinn began to undress, handing over his clothes until he was in his boxers. He wasn't getting out of this, and in a weird way, he was excited. Maybe it was masochistic to want to get the heartbreak over with, but he could see the wisdom in finality. Ginny won't be impressed. She doesn't notice things like suits or sports cars. That was one of the things he'd loved about her. Burgess lifted a disbelieving eyebrow. I suppose that means you don't want to shave. Quinn ran his palm over his scruffy chin. He may have shaved Monday. The hair was long enough to be soft. Just the neck. I don't want to look like I'm trying too hard. I'm just pleased you've decided to honor the invitation, Burgess deadpanned. I can't tell if you're joking or not. I guess we'll never know. Quinn followed Burgess into the bathroom, where a barber's chair waited. Burgess gave him the full treatment, leaving his beard but cleaning up his slightly overgrown hair. By the time Quinn climbed into the back of his limo, he looked like a proper billionaire. Ginny would tease him for days if she knew that thought had crossed his mind. He smiled at his reflection in the darkened window, looking forward to their light-hearted banter and the dance she'd promised him. He hadn't wanted to go, but now that he was on the way, a sense of anticipation made the hair on his arms stand up. Tonight would either end his hopes and dash his dreams, or set him on a new path with the woman he'd loved for over 10 years. The limo turned onto Broad Street and entered the Space Needle Loop, a fancy term for a circular driveway. A valet waited to open Quinn's door at the apex of the loop. He stepped out to find a path over the grass marked with candles and sprinkled with a colorful variety of flower petals. The path led up to the entrance doors of the Chihuly Museum, where a steady stream of his former classmates strolled in wearing gowns, dark suits, and polite smiles. Where had the awkward and loud guys and gals gone? Somewhere, Peter Pan wept that so many lost boys had grown up. Quinton Willoughby? Asked a man with a comb-over. Quinn shook his outstretched hand. Sorry, I don't. Brad Hunting. I lived 2 doors down sophomore year. Big Belly Brad. The guy had won every eating competition. From pies to hot dogs. On campus. It's good to see you again. Quinn smacked him on the back. What are you up to these days? Brad put a hand on his round stomach. I'm a scientist at Farm and Family Foods. You? He laughed and slapped his leg. Who am I kidding? We all know what you've been up to. They passed through the doors, held by 2 young ladies in Stanford red dresses and matching lipstick. The main gathering is in the greenhouse and the garden. Just follow the museum's natural layout, and you'll get there without a problem, said the girl on the right. Quinn tried to shake off the shackles of celebrity Brad had thrust upon him with one comment. This was why he liked to stay in his office and out of the spotlight. A trickle of sweat rolled between his shoulder blades. Brad called out to someone, and Quinn took the opportunity to disappear around a corner. He'd chosen the right path, but had a long hallway before he entered the first room, where a stunning piece of glass art was on display. When he'd first come to Seattle, he'd spent hours here, studying the pieces, understanding how they worked together, learning about the master glassblower that created them. Instead of getting caught up in the beauty, he skipped a couple of rooms in case Brad was looking for him. He slowed in front of the boats full of baubles. These were his favorite pieces. They were fun and didn't imitate anything in life. Who filled canoes with bouncy balls? This piece was the one that had spoken to him as a designer of whimsy. A woman laughed, and his heart froze. He closed his eyes, trying to separate memory from the present. That could have been Ginny. His Ginny. He opened his eyes and spun around, finding himself alone in the room. This wasn't a museum, it was a fun house. Growling at his pulse to calm the heck down, he pressed on until he was in the greenhouse. The sun had set while he was inside, and the overhead lights made the glass flowers high above their heads look like poetry. Cups clinked together as classmates toasted the last 10 years. Waiters moved silently through the crowd, offering their trays of hors d'oeuvres without interrupting conversations. Quinn nodded to his business associates as he passed by. He should stop and network, but he wasn't here to make or strengthen corporate connections. Lifting onto his toes, he scanned the room for Ginny's dark golden hair. At least I'm not the only tortured soul in the room. Adam Morrow swiped a cracker with crab salad off a passing tray and popped it into his mouth. The scar on his cheek stretched as he chewed. In my case, it's not a woman who has my heart on the rocks. Who says I'm tortured? He swallowed thickly. Virginia was a friend of mine too. A lion's worth of pride welled up inside Quinn, and he fought to keep the primal sense of competition from shading his thoughts and creating a problem where one didn't exist. Adam was practically married and head over heels in love with Bella. If she comes, she'll find you first. Don't worry. Adam's attempt at comfort conflicted with his stiff posture. The prominent lawyer lived in a castle. If it had a drawbridge, Adam would keep it up all year long. Quinton let the hot air out of his lungs. I'm surprised to see you here, but I'm glad you came. Adam was not only the lawyer who had pummeled Quinn's father's lawyers in court not long ago, he was also the mastermind behind the gated community where Quinn and Ben had built their homes. The cove was a haven where security wasn't an issue, and they had enough land to be eccentric if desired. But it was also becoming a neighborhood where you could, well, not borrow a cup of sugar, but perhaps a private plane or slip at the dock, if needed. Adam snarled as only Adam could. Trust me, this wasn't my idea. He softened considerably. Bella thinks milestones like this should be celebrated. Quinn was sure she did. She probably had Adam celebrating all sorts of things in that castle of his, like first date anniversaries and Valentine's Day. If Bella had her way, they'd host a Christmas ball. He'd heard the rumors racing through the neighborhood that the castle might be open for the holidays, although the wedding was scheduled for January, so the couple might forego the hassle of hosting this year. Time would tell. As if summoned by Adam's mention of her name, Bella appeared, wearing a golden gown, the hem brushing the floor and swirling with her graceful attempts to avoid servers. I got it. She threw her arms around Adam's neck. Staker and Cox have the utmost privilege of my legal counsel. I'll make partner before the wedding. She squealed. Adam's arms gathered her close, his face transforming in Bella's presence. She truly had tamed the beast. They'd be stupid to turn you down. He kissed her forehead. Can we go now? Quinn snickered. Bella blinked as if just realizing he was there. Quinton, how are you? She released Adam's neck and slipped her hand into the crook of his elbow. They exchanged pleasantries, discussing the latest happenings in the cove. Adam stiffened each time someone walked too close to their little group. Several had their phones out. No doubt they'd be posted on social media in moments. Bella noted his discomfort. "One dance?" she asked coyly. "Then we'll go." Adam jerked his chin down. "I'll see you two at Ben's kickoff to Summer Bash?" Quinn said by way of goodbye. "Wouldn't miss it," Bella replied happily. Adam's eyebrows lowered, making Quinton laugh. Someone clamped onto Quinton's left bicep and dug in. He turned, ready to shake off the lobster, only to find a beautiful blonde woman smiling sweetly, as if she didn't know she was separating his muscle from the bone. "I think they have the right idea," she purred. Something in her voice triggered a memory. A late-night party when he'd been mistaken for Tito. "Tiffany?" She trilled a laugh that grated down his spine. "Who else?" Who else indeed? He glanced around. "Where's Tito?" A cloud of annoyance passed over her face. "He's old news." "But you were pregnant with his baby." Too late, Quinton realized he should have run that through his filter, and then tossed it out of his head instead of letting it tumble out of his mouth like a pile of garbage. A misunderstanding. This time, he was able to keep his "how was a baby a misunderstanding?" exclamation to himself. He would have liked clarification on that statement, though. Was the misunderstanding who the baby's father was, or was it the fact that there wasn't a baby? He couldn't come up with anything to say that his filter, thankfully on high alert, would allow into the conversation. Tiffany lay against him as if he were a vertical whispering St. James King mattress from Bloomingdale's. "Tito wasn't the one for me. To tell you the truth." She dropped her eyes, letting her unnaturally thick lashes brush her cheeks for a moment. "I always had a crush on you." Filter alert. Filter alert. Nothing, he thought, could get past his brain. He glanced around for the nearest exit and prayed for divine intervention. Judging by her assertiveness, it would take the hand of God to pry this woman off of him, and he was too much of a gentleman to embarrass her in front of her former classmates. He'd have to smile through the dance and then fake an excuse to leave. Except he couldn't leave, not until he found Ginny. Chapter 5. The wood flooring, temporarily laid over the concrete, added a touch of class and a dash of elegance to the greenhouse. The stunning glass sculptures overhead were lit up with soft lights, making Ginny feel like she was underwater, observing the beauty. Unlike being underwater, there were sounds interrupting her peaceful observation of Quinton as he danced with a rather possessive partner. Quinn cut a nice figure in his expensive suit. His body had filled out. Not in the same way as the frat guys a few tables over. They had beer bellies and barrel chests. Quinton was trim, with broad shoulders and a slim waist. Not bad for a computer geek. In fact, he didn't look like a computer geek at all. He looked like the type of guy who went hiking in Peru or paddle boarding around icebergs in the Arctic. It was the type of body that could make her dreams come true. Wait. That didn't sound right. Quinton was her friend, her best friend. The one she used for the best friend security questions. It didn't matter that they hadn't spoken in 10 years, the connection was still there. At least, it was there on her end. She took a steadying breath. At some point, she would need to walk over there and see if he still thought of her in the same vein. "Hey." Jessica, her roommate for junior and senior year, handed her a squat glass of water. "Wanna take bets on which of them has a keg in his trunk?" She tipped her head towards the set of tables that were steadily growing rowdier. Jeff and Mel were tossing quarters into a cup and taking shots when they missed. "Aren't we a bit old for drinking games?" Ginny turned her back so they wouldn't notice her. She'd run with that crowd for a while, until she found Quinton and his brother Ben. Ben graduated, and then it was just Quinton. Jessica was one of the few people Ginny had kept in touch with. They talked at least once a month, and Ginny had sent a wedding gift from Japan and 2 baby layets from Italy as Jessica's family grew. Her husband was back in California with the kids, giving Jessica a much-needed break and a chance to catch up with her roommate in person. "You look stunning, by the way." Ginny pointed to Jessica's aqua gown. Jessica made a face and pressed her hand to her belly. "I look like I've had 2 babies." "Exactly, stunning." She lifted her glass in salute. "You created 2 whole people. That's an accomplishment. Don't give me too much credit. One of them isn't potty trained yet," Jessica joked. Ginny laughed lightly. One day she'd get there, have a couple kids of her own, stress about things like potty training and homework assignments. It sounded heavenly. Especially the way Jessica did it, with the man of her dreams at her side. While Ginny was dreaming of babies and falling in love, Jessica's attention had gone back to the dance floor. She'd sked. Some things never change. Ginny followed her gaze to Quinton. "What do you mean?" "He wasn't ever fast with the ladies, and he never made a scene," if that's what she was thinking. Still, men change. Maybe Jessica knew something she didn't about Quinton. Tiffany over there manhandling Quinton. Ginny's jaw dropped. "That's Tiffany?" She snapped her lips closed and took a closer look. Quinn's back was to them, so it was hard to see the woman on the other side. They weren't spinning in slow circles, just sort of swaying as she groped him. Jessica's eyes grew wide. "Oh my gosh! I can't believe you don't remember. I know I told you about her." Ginny grabbed Jessica's arm. She had no recollection of anything Tiffany related that would be important to know at this moment. "Tell me now." "Okay. Okay. Geez, watch the claws." Jessica lifted her arm to free it from Ginny's grasp. She flipped her hair off her face. So Tito found out that she wasn't pregnant. No. Tiffany and Tito had been stuck together like popsicle sticks dipped in glue in college. They were the it couple. Both came from money and were destined to succeed in life and love. Yeah, but that's not the kicker. See, he found out 2 months before the wedding and he didn't call it off. He just went along with everything she wanted, letting her order flowers and the dress and pay the caterers. All of it. Ginny nodded. If he loved her, what did it matter? They'd get married anyway. Don't give him that much credit. He was biding his time. He waited until her dad put Tiffany's hand in his, and then he stopped the priest, told her he knew she'd lied to him, and left her standing there at the altar. No. Ginny's hands flew to her mouth. That's so mean. She looked back at Quinn and Tiffany, noting that his hands were floating several inches away from her body. The poor guy was too nice to tell her to shove off. Yeah, well, so's trying to trap a man into marrying you by pretending to be pregnant with his child. She waved her glass around as she spoke. I can't believe she came. This place is full of people who saw her get dumped. I heard she's desperate to find someone who can support her Louis Vuitton addiction. Looks like she's found her man. A low, angry growl grew in Ginny's chest. There was no way she was going to let Tiffany suck Quinton dry, or play mind games with him, or take advantage of the fact that he was a genuinely good guy. Friends stuck up for friends, and she was going to save Quinn from his good manners. Over my dead body. Go get him, Jessica called as Ginny forged a path through the happy couples on the dance floor. Her mind spun with possible ways to insert herself into the situation. There was only one way to scare off a woman like Tiffany. Honey, she cooed to Quinn as she lifted Tiffany's arm off his shoulder and flicked it away. I see you've caught up with Tina. Quinton's face was so full of relief that it was difficult for Ginny to keep a straight face. She may have mirrored his emotion, because until she was right in front of him, she'd had no idea how he would receive her. The recognition and eagerness in his honey brown eyes grabbed her whole attention, and the room shrank to their small circle of space. Quinton's hand went to her side, as if testing to see if she was real. Heat seeped through her dress at the contact point, and she stopped breathing. Quinn, her heart sighed. She'd been waiting 10 years for this moment, and she wasn't sure if she consciously understood the importance. Being right here, right now, was written in the stars. Her and Quinton's eternal path. Their bodies came together as if they'd only just finished the kiss they started 10 years ago in the library. "Hi," Quinn rasped. Ginny would have teased him about being eloquent, or not, but she couldn't seem to form words either. A sharp finger prodded Ginny's shoulder, and she turned to find Tiffany standing close enough that her breath puffed in Ginny's face. "It's Tiffany," she groused. Was she still here? "Good to see you again," Ginny threw over her shoulder before pressing her body flush with Quinn's and tuning out the other people in the room. She'd come for one reason, and she'd found him. "You owe me a dance." Quinton took the lead, and she was swept away, figuratively and literally, as they waltzed across the wooden floor. He wove them expertly through the other couples, never taking his eyes off of her. Ginny stared up at him. Had he grown? She didn't remember him being so tall, or quite this dashing. "I can't believe you're here." His voice was deeper, huskier than she remembered. "I'm still fighting jet lag," she confessed. Which would be why she felt dizzy at the moment. Surely the sensations floating through her body had nothing to do with his touch, or the way his arms held her tenderly. "You're magnificent." His warm, minty breath brushed her ear, sending tingles racing across her skin. She'd been told she was beautiful in several different languages, but not once had the comment made her blush as Quinton's did now. She laughed, unable to hold in the joy of knowing that she'd finished the long road home. For the first time since she'd set foot in Seattle, she was glad she'd come. Chapter 6. Quinton spun them around in a tight circle, fueled by Ginny's laughter and the heady sensation of holding her in his arms. Finally. He pulled her closer and slowed their steps, keeping them out of the crush on the dance floor. "Are you here to stay?" The question had a double meaning. He wanted to know if she was in Seattle to stay, and if she was in his arms to stay. She could answer both if she wanted, or just one. He could handle just Seattle for the time being. Then, one day soon, they could get working on that marriage pact. "I don't have a choice." Her words were like code without a closing greater than sign. They caught him in a loop, replaying them over and over again. "I don't understand. Dad moved the company here 8 years ago, and I'm trapped by the deal we made." "Trapped?" he repeated blankly. "Trapped. Closed in by words." Her back curved with regret. If that was how she felt about a job, how must the marriage pact make her feel? Jobs could be given to others, quit, traded, and/or adjusted. She had options at the corporate level, and she'd certainly had enough time to consider them. But marriage? That was forever. He wasn't the type of guy who bounced from woman to woman. In fact, there had only been one woman for him. She was the one who'd brought up the marriage pact. She was the one who had started this whole thing. He certainly wasn't going to hold it over her and make her marry him. "Remember? Dad gave me 10 years to sow my wild oats, and then I have to behave like a respectable adult." She lowered her voice for the last 2 words, doing a fair impression of her father. An uneasy feeling formed in the pit of Quinn's stomach, telling him to proceed with caution. "Bitter much?" he teased, hoping that his instincts were wrong and that the fairy tale he'd pictured was real. She grimaced. "Sorry. I know we haven't seen each other for a while, it just feels the same." "We feel the same. Like I can be completely honest with you, you know?" He swallowed as he nodded. "It's just, I don't think I should be held to a deal I made when I was too young to know any better. Back then, 10 years seemed like forever, but it's flown by." She ran her hand down his arm. "You understand, don't you?" He did. He understood that she was speaking in code, giving him and the Pact the brush off without having to come right out and break his heart. He understood that they were over. Whatever hope he'd harbored for the two of them getting together was false hope. Innocent. He'd been right when talking to Burgess. Knowing the answer was no was much harder than not knowing the answer at all. He pulled away from Ginny, letting his arms drop and then tucking his hands in his pockets. It's unfair. I hope you get it figured out. Excuse me, I see someone I have to talk to before they leave. He left her there on the edge of the dance floor. Not looking back was a struggle. His mind begged for one last view of her in that navy dress with the silver trim. If he closed his eyes, he could recreate the image. There was no need to torture himself with the picture of her getting farther away from him. He had his answer and he could move on. That was the closure he'd come to find. Well, not exactly. He'd come to find a second chance at love, and what he got was a brick wall and a sign that said, "Take a hike." His footsteps grew heavier as he pushed open the doors and stepped into the night. After he sent a quick text to his driver, his car was waiting for him in the roundabout when he finally got there. He should be happy. He was free and single. He should hit the town, meet a lady, date. With a sigh, he landed in the back seat and tugged his tie loose. What did you expect? He chided himself for his naivete, for his belief in first loves. Chapter 7. Lockwood Family Pharmaceuticals, serving your family's needs since 1995. Ginny stared at the logo on the back of the elevator as she rode it to the executive floor. Her first day back in the office and India already felt like a lifetime ago. The elevator slowed and Ginny turned to face the doors. They opened to reveal a man who was as much a part of Lockwood Family Pharmaceuticals as the lab on the 4th floor. "Jack, it's good to see you again." Ginny gave the older man a light hug. He'd been with Dad from the early days, explaining the science that was beyond Dad's understanding and preventing costly product recalls. His position was an advisory role now, no longer donning the white lab coat and sitting behind a microscope. "You're too skinny." Jack frowned. 10 years hadn't changed him much. His thick black hair had a few silver strands, but other than that, he hadn't aged a day. Ginny chuckled. She'd forgotten how blunt Jack was with his observations. "It's good to see you too." She walked with him past the receptionist's desk, where a woman with a messy bun was answering phones. Dad had moved the company to Seattle, needing to be closer to tech development and in a city with a highly educated working class. He'd picked a good building. The outside was done in warm brick that looked good on marketing posters. Inside was streamlined corporate. At least some things didn't change with the move. Dad's fingerprint was in the color of gray carpet, the same he'd picked for his house, and the artwork on the wall. He preferred discovering artists. Dad wasn't someone who fit nicely in a box. He was tough on those around him, oftentimes demanding, and yet his support had allowed men and women to follow their artistic dreams. He always said it was a gamble of an investment, and she wondered what he enjoyed more, gambling or helping others. Swimming in the sense that her father's ghost haunted these halls, she was physically jarred by what she found in his office. Correction, his former office. Ginny's stepmother, Jillian, had taken occupancy less than 48 hours after Dad's passing. The viewing and funeral were netted in a haze of jet lag. If she swiped a net through the fog, bits and pieces of memories would cling to the mesh. One of them was giving Jillian control of the company for 5 years. She was an accomplished businesswoman and had been the VP before she became a stepmom. Gone were her father's signature office pieces. A raspberry-colored couch and a white coffee table sat atop a rug so fluffy you could hide Easter eggs in it. There were teal curtains framing the floor-to-ceiling windows on the south wall and a modern steel desk on the east. The heavy wooden desk her father had used for decades, the one that smelled of lemon furniture polish, was nowhere to be found. Instead of his portrait, floral watercolors graced the wall. It was all so garish. "Sweetheart!" Jillian exclaimed. Jillian rose from her throne behind the desk. The chair back was so tall there was no other word for it. Ginny's shoulders jumped to her ears at the sickly sweet tone in her stepmother's voice. "Jillian." Ginny smiled and accepted her hug and the accompanying bath in Chanel No. 5. They'd both known this day was coming. Jillian had forwarded quarterly reports, which Ginny perused on her cell phone from all parts of the world, though she'd never commented on them. What was there to say? Jillian could read the numbers and know the company was growing. She didn't need a good job from her stepdaughter to feel good about herself. "You're just in time." Jillian handed Ginny a legal pad of paper, a pen, and a meeting agenda. "What's this for?" "The product update meeting." Follow. Follow. Jillian crooked her finger and sauntered out of the room. Her scarf trailed behind her. Ginny took one last look around the room that had once been the hub of Brent Lockwood's life. The feeling that she'd lost another piece of her father weighed her down. She missed his desk. Of all the items he'd left behind in this world, the desk was the one thing that she'd been looking forward to seeing again. They'd shared hours at that desk. One could say it was the nucleus of their relationship. She rubbed the goosebumps off her arms. First, Quinton left her standing on the dance floor, adrift in a sea of questions, feeling alone. And now, the loss of a desk gave her shivers. She wasn't sure which one was more disturbing. "Quinton," whispered her soul. Shaking off ghosts and whispers, she headed for the meeting. Jack waited for her by the door. His floral bow tie told her that he and Diane were still together. It was nice to know a marriage could last. She smiled. "Did they assign you to walk me around today?" He rubbed his ear. "I thought you might need a friendly face." "That doesn't encourage me to go into this meeting," she joked. Jack rubbed his ear again but didn't respond. His silence was more telling than any explanation he could have come up with. So that's how it was going to be, was it? Jillian tapped her foot outside the door to the conference room. "Let's get you seated." Ginny lifted an eyebrow. "I could have found a chair." "Yes, but you move like you're still in Africa. You need to learn to hustle." Hustle. The word grated. She'd heard it so many times growing up that she likened it to being force-fed lima beans. Time already moved too fast. Except when she was in Quinton's arms on the dance floor. That was the one place time had slowed down. She'd felt so at home with him, so at peace with herself and the world. Having that experience threw every other minute of her day into sharp contrast. She'd racked her brain to figure out what had caused him to dash off and not come back. So far, all she'd come up with was that he truly did need to talk to someone. If there was one thing she was sure about, it was that Quinton was a good person. His eyes were too easy to read. Unlike other people in her life. Like Jillian. Despite their civil tones and the warmish welcome, Ginny wasn't sure if her stepmother was her ally or her frenemy. "India." "Jillian, I was in India last week." She walked past her and into the already full room. There were several empty chairs at the head of the table, and Ginny took one, leaving the other for Jillian. She was in charge of this meeting, while Ginny was here to observe. Jack took the chair on her other side, and she smiled at him. He was right, it was nice to have a friendly face. Most of the people seated around the table were in their 30s, though there were a few who could be in their late 20s like her. A glance at the agenda told her that these were the leaders for projects in R&D. She squared her shoulders, ready to find out what the company was up to these days. Jillian tapped her pen on the desk to bring everyone to attention. Head swiveled her direction and conversations were cut off mid-sentence. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Virginia Lockwood." Someone gasped, and the room went still. The air conditioner kicked on and lifted a piece of paper off the table. It settled gently on the glass. Ginny offered a closed-lipped smile. No one smiled back. A few people's mouths hung open. One man stared at her as if she were an illusion. He actually rubbed his eyes and blinked. Jillian jumped into the first item on the agenda, acting as if things were fine. Ginny's instincts said otherwise. She leaned over to speak to Jack. "What's with the shock and awe? You're a story come to life. No one thought you were real. They assumed you were a threat." Jillian hung over their heads to motivate them to show profits each quarter. Ginny shook her head. She could only imagine the image Jillian had created of her. Where are Thomas and Suzette? Research teams had turnover, but those two were the staying kind. "Retired," Jack whispered back. "They weren't that old." "Maybe they were." Ginny wasn't the same bright-eyed co-ed who'd interned here between semesters and palled around with Quinn on campus. She was all grown up, just like Dad had planned when he came up with the 10-year plan. The only flaw in the plan was that he wasn't here to see it come to fruition. If he had been here, her introduction would have been quite different. She wouldn't feel adrift. She could use a good anchor. A friend. Immediately she yearned for Quinn. Being able to talk to him, work through ideas and issues that come up, would be a life raft in this crazy corporate ocean. "Parker!" Jillian snapped, yanking Ginny off her train of thought. A man 3 down from Ginny jumped in his seat. "Why yes? Where are we on Zen Gen?" Parker rattled off test results while Ginny opened the vault in her brain where she'd stored the verbiage needed to decipher his presentation. She was digesting the trial run results and formulating a follow-up question when Jillian savagely drew a line across the page where she took notes. The sound was like a zipper closing the topic. "Tanya, you're up." Tanya ran her hand down the long braid draped over her shoulder and then flipped it behind her. She spoke with more authority and composure than Parker had during his update. For 1.5 hours, Ginny listened as 2 projects were tabled for insufficient progress and the teams reassigned. Nothing new was put in the works. "That will be all." Jillian dismissed them with a flick of her wrist. "Wait." Ginny half stood. Everyone froze in place, like mannequins in a store window. Parker held a pen in front of him that he was about to tuck into his suit pocket. Greg had one arm up, like a sprinter, his leg lifted to walk forward. Everyone else looked just as ridiculous. "What's happening with Infant Pure?" She'd set the project in motion nearly 11 years ago. When she'd left, it was one of the top priorities in a meeting like this. The overall excitement for a pill that could save lives had been palpable. When Jillian had taken over the company, she'd assured Ginny Infant Pure would remain their main focus. Looks were exchanged, but no one answered. Ginny pivoted and pinned Jillian with a look. "You do remember Infant Pure, don't you?" Jillian glanced at the motionless room. "Get out," she said like a low rumble over the grassy plains that indicated a storm was on the move. No one had to be forced out of the room. They ran like zebras before a lioness. Jack didn't run, he paused to pat Ginny on the shoulder on his way out. Jillian didn't spare him a glance. He was too valuable to fire, but it was obvious where his loyalties lay. Still, he wouldn't do anything to harm the company, so Jillian was safe keeping him around. "Jillian, you made me a promise." Infant Pure was a financial suck. It drained our resources. Ginny smacked her hands on the table and leaned forward. "It can stop babies from getting AIDS." When a mother who was HIV positive gave birth, the baby didn't automatically contract HIV. They got the disease when they were breastfed. In underdeveloped countries, mothers had no choice but to breastfeed because formula and bottles weren't available. Infant Pure was the solution to that problem. Baby formula in pill form could be distributed with ease, and the company could flood low-income countries with enough of the product to circumvent a black market from developing. Not only was the research expensive, you wanted to give it away for free. This isn't a charity. I want to save innocent lives. What about our employees? What about their children? They deserve to play soccer and eat Costco cookies and not have to sacrifice for a vision that's unreachable. First world problems, Jillian. Jillian shook her finger in Ginny's face. Don't you dare get on your high horse here, not in my boardroom. Ginny folded her arms. See, that's where you've got it wrong. This isn't your boardroom. It's mine. Jillian threw her pen across the room. It clattered against the glass, bouncing into the back of a chair. You left. Brent only left this company to you so you'd have to come home one day. He couldn't see what the rest of us could, though. And what is that? Ginny challenged. You're a spoiled child who thinks you're better than the rest of us. I care about people. You're free to care about them because you don't have to worry about money. Mrs. Lockwood? Chloe, Jillian's personal secretary, stood in the doorway, looking like a kitten who'd stumbled into a junkyard dogfight. Mr. Ian is on line 1 for you. Jillian gathered up her things. Excuse me, Virginia. Some of us have to work for a living. Ginny glared after her. Jillian didn't know Ginny, hadn't seen her use a small bucket to bathe or hold a child who was dying in her arms and weep. She'd given her shoes to a mother who had to walk 5 miles to get water every day. Still, her words cut. Ginny had been able to replace those shoes, had the mother? She didn't know, and that created a storm cloud in her soul. The sunbeam Ginny had held onto the whole flight home was infant pure. If she was leaving her life of quiet service behind, then she'd do something big for the world. She needed to find out what had really happened to the project and if it was salvageable. Just down the hall from the conference room was the receptionist's desk for the executive floor. The nameplate said Alice, and the woman who answered the phone had an innate sense of cheeriness. Hello, Alice. I need a few phone numbers, and I'm hoping you can dig them up in the company directory. Ginny rattled off Thomas's and Suzette's full names while Alice wrote notes on a sticky pad. It was odd to attempt to reconnect to those days gone by, like finding an old pair of jeans in the closet and not wanting to know if they still fit. Alice gave a professional nod. I have Thomas's number right here. She stuck the blue note to the counter in front of Ginny. Ginny breathed a sigh of relief. Thomas was honest, he'd fill her in on what she'd missed. They'd been a good team. Heck, she'd changed. Team. She and Quinn had joked about being a good team. Their majors were as far apart as Egypt and New York City, and yet they were as close as best friends could be. He'd tutored her in science, and she'd taught him how to make lasagna. She drummed her fingers on the chest-high counter. Her thoughts returned to Quinn over and over again because they had unfinished business. The marriage pact stuck in the back of her mind. It wasn't that she expected him to actually marry her. Well, perhaps that night in the library, she had. She'd thought they could meet up and life would just magically work out and the universe would give her best friend back. Only this time she'd get to keep him forever. Quinn's quick departure from the reunion had left her reeling. He was so different in looks, and she couldn't expect that he hadn't changed in personality too. She needed to know if they'd grown apart. One dance hadn't answered her questions, it had raised a dozen more. Her fingers stilled. I'll need Quinton Willoughby's number too. He's not in our system. Alice's head snapped up. Her face paled, making her freckles stand out. Then how will I find him? Ginny smiled. Get creative. But I'd like his direct line, not a company number. Before Alice could have a panic attack, Ginny took the blue sticky note with Thomas's number on it and added, I'll be in the conference room when you find him. She didn't like using the conference room, but she didn't have an office yet. Jillian had ticked her off, but she was also the one who'd run the company for the last 5 years. Ginny needed her to stick around until she got her feet under her, or decided to run off again. Running was a possibility. She could sign things over to Jillian, leave the country, and never look back. Dad would roll over in his grave. She pulled out a chair and sat down next to the phone at the head of the table. She couldn't take off now, not until she knew what had happened to Infant Pure, and not until she knew if she and Quinn could be friends again. She used the company phone to call Thomas. He picked up on the second ring, his voice full of suspicion. Ginny reintroduced herself. "Of course I remember you." Thomas chuckled. "What have you been up to?" Too much to sum up in this conversation. "I'm back at Lockwood Family Pharmaceuticals, and I wanted to know if I could take you to lunch." "I'm retired now." "I know. I just want to catch up." "And have you catch me up on why you're not here?" They made an appointment, and Ginny jotted a note to tell her secretary to make reservations and send a confirmation text to Thomas. Speaking of secretaries, she needed one. She'd assumed everything would be in place for her return, only to find out that she was office and secretary-less. Jillian was a sly one, but Ginny was no stranger to reading between the lines. She wasn't welcome here. The thought awoke a level of determination inside of her. Her father had built Lockwood Family Pharmaceuticals from the ground up. He'd groomed her to take over. His daughter standing at the helm was as much of a dream of his as the company succeeding on an international level. He may not be around to see his dreams come true, but that didn't mean Ginny couldn't do her part. The thought made her feel lonely. Alice tapped lightly on the door. "I have Suzette's number." "Great. Any luck on Quinn?" She twisted her fingers. "He's a billionaire. Their numbers aren't exactly listed." Ginny's mouth pulled down. "Throw in the name Virginia Lockwood and see how far that gets you." Alice nodded so fast her bangs bounced on her forehead. "I'll try." "I love that you're trying." Ginny took the number and once again picked up the company phone. Suzette was less friendly and not at all inclined to discuss her departure from Lockwood Family Pharmaceuticals. Alice ran in, her eyes wide. "I got it," she practically yelled. Ginny held up a finger to silence her while she tried to smooth Suzette's ruffled feathers. "I'm sorry things didn't go well for you," Ginny said when it was clear she wasn't going to relent on meeting up. "I wish things could have been handled differently." "Me too." She said goodbye. Ginny stared at the phone, wondering if she'd been away too long. "Miss Lockwood. I got the number for your billionaire friend." Alice set the paper on the desk like she was placing meat before a hungry tiger. Ginny felt a smile form in her chest before it appeared on her face. "Great job, Alice." Alice beamed. "Will there be anything else?" Ginny was about to dismiss her when a thought popped into her head. "Will you tell Human Resources I need a secretary?" "Sure." She practically skipped from the room. Ginny pushed aside the company phone and used her cell to call Quinn. Her palms were damp and her heart beat too fast. She took a deep breath. "It's Quinn," she mumbled. Except a part of her, the part that had registered his wide shoulders and the handsome cut of his jaw, told her it wasn't the Quinn she'd had a pudding fight with in the cafeteria. The phone rang 3 times, and her heart plummeted at the thought of leaving a message. She hadn't prepared one, so her head spun with the options. Something casual, upbeat, friendly. "Hello," said an uptight and polished voice. Ginny's head stuttered off of leaving a message and tripped over the knowledge that she had a real person on the phone. "Hey. I mean, hello. Is Quinn there?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Willoughby is unavailable at the moment." Of course he was. Quinn had pushed her off to his assistant. Ouch. "May I leave a message?" "Yes, you may." His response was so formal that it made her smile to think of Quinton working with this guy. Quinn probably got a kick out of using the incorrect grammatical phrases and watching his assistant turn red in an effort not to correct him. Will you please tell him that Virginia called? He can call me back at this number, it's my personal cell. She hadn't blocked the number from caller ID, so it should be easy to get out of the phone. I will pass that along. Just as Ginny was about to thank him, he coughed and said, "Are you free this evening?" A puff of air escaped her lips at the unexpected question. She got the feeling Mr. Stuffy was going to help her, but she wasn't exactly sure what he was getting at. I could be. In that case, might I extend an invitation to a welcome summer party at Quinton's brother's house? Ben's having a party? Yes. Shall I leave your name at the gate? She nibbled on her lip. Seeing Quinn in person would be 10 times better than a phone call. That would be lovely, thank you. She twisted in her seat, making it dance. Mr. Stuffy was an ally. Very well, then. Good day. She said goodbye and hung up, throwing her arms into the air. This junky day just got a whole lot better. Chapter 8. The heavy iron gates of the cove spurred the creation of a half-dozen billionaire jokes in Ginny's head. She couldn't wait to tease Quinn about living in an exclusive neighborhood surrounded by men and women with net worths bigger than some countries. Heck, these guys probably owned their own islands and formed their own governments to avoid income tax. She gawked at the Asian-inspired home on her right. It was something right out of Crazy Rich Asians. She loved it. On her left was a road that would take her down to the beach and the lighthouse house she'd seen poking above the trees. That would be a fun place to stop in the tour. Not that she'd get much of a tour tonight. Security lined the streets, wearing black uniforms and sunglasses. As if the weather knew that Ben Willoughby was having a pool party, it had complied with the first summer weather she'd seen since her arrival. She put the top down on her light blue Ford Mustang, a gift for her 16th birthday. Needing to throw off the shackles of work, she'd pulled her hair out of the low bun and let the large beach waves hang free about her bare shoulders. Most of the houses were set far enough off the road that they were hidden behind trees. If she didn't know there were mansions in there, she'd think she was driving up a country lane. Her mom used to like to take Sunday drives. She'd said that the feel of the road beneath her tires and the miles disappearing behind her gave her a sense of peace. She'd wanted to get out and see the flowers, to verify they bloomed and bushes grew every year. She hadn't been a woman who took much on faith. A warm breeze tickled Ginny's loose strands of hair. After leaving the office, she'd needed to shed the constricting skirt and toe-pinching heels. The summer dress was a purchase from a street bazaar in Cairo. Paired with sandals and a forearm full of bracelets, she looked every bit the gypsy she'd been. And she loved it. Loved feeling beautiful in her own skin. Ahead, on the left, was a giant castle complete with turrets and gargoyles. That must be where Adam Moreau lived, she reasoned. He'd been at Stanford and hung around with Quinn and Ben some, though he mostly kept to himself. Such a serious student, and a serious person, for that matter. She'd seen him at the reunion, the stunning brunette on his arm a surprise to one and all. There had been jokes in college that he didn't have a heart. Good on Adam for proving them wrong. Just to the right of the castle, a group of helium-filled balloons were tied to a carousel horse that had been planted in the ground. I guess this is the place. She turned onto the brick driveway. Leaves rustled overhead. The drive was lined with trees and bushes, preventing her from seeing anything but what was right in front of her. Suddenly, the blinders disappeared, revealing a set of 3 mansions in a U shape. In the center courtyard was a full carousel. Beautifully restored, it shimmered in the afternoon sunlight. The smell of popcorn and cotton candy filled the air. Ginny shook her head, not expecting anything less from the man who ran an amusement park company. A valet wearing a teal polo shirt, black shorts, and white gloves opened her door. "Welcome to the party." He offered her his hand to help her out of the car. She took her bag from the passenger seat. It was a pool party, so she'd packed a swimsuit, though she had no intention of jumping into a pool. Still, you never knew where the night would take you. Right this way. The valet motioned for her to enter through the balloon archway on the side of the house. She thanked him and walked along the freshly trimmed grass towards the sound of water rushing and children laughing. At the edge of the backyard, she put her hand on her hip and shook her head. Only a wallaby. This wasn't a backyard, it was a water park. She counted 4 slides, in 4 different colors, winding and twisting their way from the top of a hill and depositing their cargo into one of several pools. There were hot tubs dotting the landscape, glowing in ocean greens and blues and bubbling happily. Children played, parents and nannies watched and socialized. Some of the adults even got into the fun and were playing water polo. A huge white tent stood over buffet tables loaded with kid-friendly foods as well as gourmet options for those with refined taste buds. Another tent covered tables, and still another covered lounge chairs. There were patches of grass for sunbathers and shade for those who preferred to disappear into a book or their laptops. Ginny shielded her eyes with her hand and searched for Quinn. It wasn't the sight of him that she found first, it was his laughter. Deep, moving, contagious, she'd know that sound in her sleep. In the far pool, which didn't have a slide emptying into it, Quinton was playing Marco Polo with 3 little girls in braids. "Marco," he yelled, his eyes wide open. "You have to close your eyes," said the girl in the blue suit. Her tone said Quinton didn't want to cross her. "I think you're making up that rule, Margot," he teased. Another girl giggled and pulled on his arm. "It's true, Uncle Quinn." Ginny's heart did a somersault. Quinn was an uncle. She covered her mouth to hide her gigantic smile. The title fit him well, she decided, as she watched him tease the girls. He called out again, his eyes open, and the third girl answered, "Polo." With a battle yell, he lunged, making a huge wave. The girls screamed and giggled and did their best to avoid him. Ginny's feet carried her to the edge of the water. Her soul wanted to join the fun, but she held back, unsure if she was invited after the way he'd left her the other night. Quinn came up in the shallow end, 1 kid under each arm. Ginny's breath caught at the sight of him. Muscles he'd never had before stood out in detail. She'd felt those shoulders under his Armani suit but had no idea how toned he'd become. She gulped. Quinn spun around and launched one girl through the air. She landed with a splash in the deep end. The other followed, laughing so hard she was lucky she didn't choke. "Uncle Quinn?" His niece pointed at Ginny, who quickly schooled her features. Quinn's eyebrows jumped. "Virginia," he said, so low she almost didn't hear him. It was like he thought he was imagining her there. She waved but bit back the surprise that formed on her tongue. He knew it was a surprise, that's why he was surprised. She needed to stop thinking the word surprise. The girls ignored the adults and started a game of Ring Around the Rosie that ended with them dropping underwater in unison. Quinn splashed out, hopping the 2-foot wall at the shallow end. Water rushed down his amazing body, rendering Ginny speechless. He took a towel from a nearby stack. She forced her mind to work. What would the old Ginny have said to her best friend? What the heck? She shoved his chest, noting the jolt that went up her arm and directly to her lower belly. "Since when did you grow muscles?" He laughed. "I started MMA fighting." Her mouth fell open. "Like in cages and stuff?" "Yep." "Really?" She had a hard time reconciling the guy who sat in front of a computer monitor 8 hours a day with a version of him punching someone in the face. Or getting punched. EW. She didn't like that thought at all. He threw his head back and laughed. "No, I have a trainer." She grunted, shoving him again. Brat. Her anxiety had dropped several notches. Joking with Quinn she could do and do well. He shrugged. "So did you come to check me out, or was there something else?" I didn't come to check you out. So this was a bonus for you. He motioned to his sculpted chest. Her face burned. Oh my heck. Conceited much? She should have been upset or offended, but this was Quinn. He was notorious for teasing her, and she teased right back. They had always done this. Though now it felt more like they were flirting. She stepped forward and did a 180 so that she was next to him, and it was much harder to be distracted by small water droplets sliding down his tan skin. Your PA invited me, she said to explain away her sudden appearance in his life. He looked up and sighed. That man is so fired. Rude. Not because he invited you, but because he didn't tell me you were coming. He made his way to a chair and picked up a t-shirt, which he slid on. Would that have made a difference? Ginny tried not to let her disappointment show. She hadn't been this attracted to a man at first glance ever. She'd seen a lot of good-looking men, but the chemistry just wasn't there. She'd even dated a few. When their kisses hadn't lived up to Quinn's, she'd moved on before their hearts were tangled. Why did Quinn have to be the one to stir up those hormones? No. I would have made sure to meet you out front. She melted. That would have been nice. She glanced around. The girls were playing happily. There were lifeguards patrolling the pools and slide. She hadn't really thought about what she was going to say to Quinn. There wasn't exactly protocol for telling a man you want your best friend back in your life after leaving without a word for 10 years. Can we talk? Quinn ran the towel over his hair, drying it but also making it stick up in all directions. I'm supposed to keep these three busy while Ben proposes. Ginny smacked him across the belly. Are you serious? That's huge. Quinn laughed. Yeah, so shush. They aren't supposed to know. She threw her hands over her mouth. Sorry. With a quick look to make sure the girls hadn't heard them, she asked, are they triplets? If they were, then they were fraternal, because they didn't look at all alike. Nope. Best friends. That's my niece, Savannah, and that's Margot and Sophie. Ginny's hands moved to her heart. They are so sweet. Don't let them fool you. They're vicious at Uno. Visions of these three ganging up on Quinn in a card game warmed her from the inside out. The fact that he'd take time to play with them had her feeling things she didn't want to identify. I'll keep that in mind. Ben and a beautiful woman with dark brown, curly hair and vivid blue eyes appeared on the deck. Ben had tucked her close and stared at her like she was the only person on the planet. She, in turn, looked at him with such adoration it was palpable. Mission complete. Quinn waved to his brother to let him know that he was leaving. Come on. We'll go inside. He took Ginny's hand in his as if it were the most natural connection in the world. Energy hummed up her arm and made butterflies take off in her stomach. Which was silly, because this was Quinn, her friend and confidant. She told the butterflies to behave themselves and concentrated instead on her beautiful surroundings. They entered the house through a set of French doors. The sitting room inside was tiled and filled with wicker furniture. It looked like home base for pool days, where chlorine and water wouldn't do any damage. Still, the feeling was one of expensive items made to last. An open door revealed a full shower and locker room to their right. Quinn took her through the archway to the left. A large projector hung from the ceiling, and a movie played on the wall. No one was here to watch, but she supposed it was a good place for preschoolers to have some downtime during the party. A closed door sectioned off the public area of the house from the private space. Quinn walked right through without stopping and dragged her with him. Ben wouldn't mind. At least she hoped not. They passed a library and sitting room, each with lots of leather and wood paneling. A pool hall was next, and then an arcade with classic games like Tetris and Mario Kart. A short hallway and a right turn took them past a dream kitchen with so many beautiful appliances that it was a work of art. The dining room was spacious and overwhelming with light fixtures that drew the eye and large windows overlooking a rose garden. She was so busy gawking at her surroundings that she almost ran into Quinn when he stopped at a dead end. He flipped on her and put his finger over his lips. She nodded, wondering what mischief he was getting them into, but not really caring because being with him was so awesome. She'd closed in on herself at the office, and he allowed her to bloom just by taking her hand. He moved aside a light switch. She double blinked. The light switch wasn't real, it hit a button. "Do you live here?" she asked in a whisper, wondering if they were trespassing on his brother's private space. "I have a house next door. But I helped Ben design this place." He pressed the button, and a secret door opened up to a staircase that led down, down, down. "It's a fun house, like at a carnival." She squeezed his hand. "We built this for Savannah. Come on." His eyes beckoned her, and she followed him into the darkened stairwell. 3 steps down, the door shut behind them and track lighting illuminated the stairs. They got to the bottom and Quinn launched off the landing like Peter Pan headed for Neverland. "What the?" He popped up. Then disappeared again. She rushed to the edge, teetering there. "It's a trampoline room," she said in awe. 12 trampolines covered the floor, with more on different levels. A rope swing hung in the corner, and there was a basketball hoop in the middle. "Billionaires," she mused. Quinn jumped a few times before reaching for one of the dozens of softballs scattered around the room. To say he was surprised to see Ginny was an understatement, she'd knocked him senseless. Her red summer dress was stunning, showing off her smooth shoulders and tanned skin. But what had made him bring her down here were the haggard edges around her eyes. Something had happened, and it was wearing on her. She needed to laugh. Needed to smile. But more than that, he needed to see her smile. "Wanna jump?" He did a backflip. "Come on, you know you want to play dodgeball." He threw the ball at her, and she caught it against her middle. "Did you just throw down a challenge?" She swung her bag off her shoulder and dropped it to the side. Then, without taking her eyes off him, she slipped off her shoes. "Challenge thrown," he taunted. "Challenge accepted." She jumped off the ledge and threw the ball while in the air. He was so caught up in watching her that it hit him in the face. She laughed. "My point. You won't get another one." He dove for a pile of balls 3 trampolines over. She laughed and found a few resting against the wall. They spent the next 20 minutes chasing each other around and tallying points. They laughed so hard his side hurt, and she had to tie her floor-length dress in a knot to keep it out of the way. He'd been distracted by the sight of her legs while she tied, and it cost him another point. But he was the first one to 20 and pronounced himself the winner. She flopped onto her back, her arms out to the side and her chest lifting rapidly as she tried to catch her breath. "I needed this." He bounced next to her, lifting her body in the air. The two of them settled, and she put her head on his shoulder. "I need you." His mind seemed to float out of his body and lose control of it at her words. He couldn't feel his legs or his hands, just a strange buzzing sensation. She rolled over so her chin was on his chest. "I need a friend, my friend." His brain sank back into place and his heart fell to the floor. Despite her appreciative looks at his body, she wasn't attracted to him. She wanted to go back to what they were. The thought was terrifying and, at the same time, a relief. After the reunion, he'd written off any type of future with her. Being friends was not what he'd had in mind, but it was better than being alone. "You'll always have me for a friend." "Thank you." She turned her head so she was lying on him. He hoped she couldn't hear his heart beat wildly as he brought his arm down and tucked her into his side. "Tell me about work." He breathed in her fruity shampoo and steeled himself for a role that would be difficult and yet worth it. Any trouble was worth having Ginny back in his life. Chapter 9. The bistro was a quiet restaurant with a lot of white in their decor. Ginny's royal blue dress stood out like a beacon with most of the other patrons in black. Who knew color was a faux pas for a business lunch? Even Thomas got the dress code right with his dark jacket and tan slacks. "What have you been up to?" Ginny asked as a waiter placed a citrus chicken salad in front of her. The tangy smell of vinegar filled her senses, and her stomach said yes, please. "I'm coaching my grandson's t-ball team." Thomas gathered up the steak knife and went to work cutting a thick steak. He still had the quick movements of a young man, though his hair had gone white. "That's fun." "It is." His whole face lifted, causing new wrinkles to appear. They didn't age him, though, they were happy wrinkles, gained from smiling and laughing. "I hope you don't mind me asking, but why did you leave Lockwood Family Pharmaceuticals?" Ginger and orange tangoed with her taste buds. She made a mental note to bring Quinton here. If the steak was half as good as the salad, they'd have a new hangout. Thomas swiped at his mustache with the white linen. "Well, we'd done about all we could on Infant Pure. Jillian gave the team the option of reassignment, but I was still reeling from your father's death. He was too young to die of a stroke. I kept thinking, that could have been me." He took a bite and chewed for a moment. Ginny waited. Silence was a motivator and it allowed people to think deeper, which in turn allowed them to reveal more. "Jillian pulled me aside one day and offered an early retirement package." "Did she do that a lot?" He tucked his chin. "Looking back, I think she was making over the company. There were a lot of new faces in the building. Missing ones, too." Ginny nodded. It was just as she'd suspected. A changing of upper management often led to adjustments, but it was almost like Jillian wanted to wipe the slate clean, to erase Dad from the company completely. Or maybe she was trying to erase Ginny. "I took the deal. I'm glad I did. This time in my life, making my family my focus has been rewarding." Ginny balked. "But you developed pain meds to help burn victims." "I know. It's a different kind of fulfillment. I don't know if I can explain it." Ginny dabbed at her lips. "You don't have to. Not to me. I've been there. Except I did it backwards. I had that kind of fulfillment first." She lifted her glass and took a sip of water. Thomas grunted. "Do you want some advice?" "Of course." Ginny set down her glass, ready to listen to one of the mentors who had shaped her course in life. Thomas was not just science intelligent, he was people intelligent. Perhaps he would know how to handle things with Jillian moving forward. "Don't stop at building a company. Build a family too." She laughed lightly to cover her discomfort. "That wasn't at all what I was expecting." Truly, as much as she wanted a family of her own, it didn't seem likely in the near future. Especially since she wasn't seeing anyone. Well, she was hanging out with Quinton, but that didn't count. Did it? Could it? Her thoughts jumped to their marriage pact. Neither of them had brought it up, but it kind of made sense. It wasn't like they had time to really date around and look for love. You might not have expected it, but you're thinking about it now." Thomas touched the side of his nose. "Your dad and we used to talk about family. His biggest regret was that you were an only child." "No way." She shook her head, making the room spin. Or maybe it was the blast of insight into her father's innermost thoughts. He was too narcissistic to want more kids. Thomas chuckled. "True, but he loved you, and he worried that you were lonely, especially because you grew up surrounded by adults. He thought you'd be a wallflower in college, a loner. Sending you off to Stanford was hard for him." "I wasn't lonely." Not at all. I had Quinn. They hadn't made plans to see one another after their dodgeball war, leaving the option open had been enough after their big talk. She vowed right then to ask him to dinner that very night. That's good to hear. They were coming to the end of their meal and their time together. Thomas, what happened with infant Pure? Why did research stop? We reached the end of our capabilities. It's all in the files. He waved his knife around in a circle. The files. She'd have to dig those up and get her hands dirty if she wanted the specific answers. And she wanted them. Ginny made another vow to herself to her hands on those files ASAP. The project was shut down almost 5 years ago. Technology changed. Science advanced. There might be a way to resurrect infant Pure. If there was, she would find it. Chapter 10. Quinton had a hard time eating his dessert. Ginny sat across from him in the booth, her blouse open at the neck and her sleeves rolled up. She'd pulled her hair out of a severe ponytail when she walked through the door. Time stood still as she shook out her beautiful locks and ran her fingers through it several times, drawing the very breath from his lungs. Even now, as they lingered over salted caramel tarts and raspberries, he couldn't believe how the years had added to her beauty. She'd captured his whole attention and the tart couldn't drag him away. You wouldn't believe the mess I'm walking into with the company. She folded her arms across her middle. I miss holding babies. They're so uncomplicated. They cry, and you feed them, hold them, change them, love them. You can be the answer to all their problems in life, and when they smile at you, it's magic. She blushed, glancing at him from lowered lashes. That probably sounds silly coming from me. Not at all. He wanted to hold her hand, to comfort her with a touch. But as her friend, there were boundaries. I can see you with a baby. Her eyes lifted. Yeah. You're stunning. You're too good to me, Quinn. Her arms relaxed and she rested one hand on the table, within touching distance, but not quite close enough that she was making a move on him. Boundaries. She was much better at sticking to them than he was. Or perhaps she didn't struggle with them. Perhaps they were right where she wanted them to be. He shifted in his seat. He'd like to be good to her in other ways, like to spoil her, give her neck massages, and kiss her worries away. You helped me through a rough time with my family. I can't be good enough to you. Stop. No, really. My dad, Quinn wiped his mouth with a napkin and gathered his thoughts. He took me and Ben to court, trying to break Grandpa's will. When that didn't work, he disowned us, right there in the courtroom. I'm so sorry. Thanks. He took her hand, noting the electricity crackling through his skin but doing his best to remember that the sensations were one-sided. Your dad believed in you, Ginny. He saw so much potential that he couldn't deny it. That's to his credit. A small line appeared between her brows. Did you just call me Ginny? Shoot. He'd only ever done that when he was talking to Ben. Sorry. He pulled his hand away, feeling like he was unplugging. Don't be. I mean, I started going by Ginny about 6 years ago. I was just surprised to hear it from someone in the States. Really? Strange that she began going by the nickname at about the same time he started calling her that in his thoughts. It must be a sign that we're cosmically linked. She laid her hand on top of his. We must be the best friends in the universe. He managed a weak smile. Well, your dad isn't the only one who believes in you. She squeezed his hand and let go, once again leaving him cold in her wake. Well, that makes it a little easier to face up to the promise I made him. I can still hear his voice. Lockwoods don't break their promises. His body went rigid. She could be sending him another coded message, this one saying that she wanted to get married. He just wasn't sure what to do about it. They'd caught up on her travels, on his adventures as an uncle and developments in the world of roller coasters. Even the horribleness that was his relationship with his dad. Not once had she mentioned the night she'd left, nor her pact. Maybe she'd forgotten. He decided not to push his luck. Ginny was in his life, and that would have to be enough until she was ready. We Willoughbys, my father excluded, are the same. It's part of our family crest, he joked to soften the mood. You have a crest? Heck yeah, don't you? She smirked. It must be a billionaire thing. He winked. Her thick lashes brushed her cheeks, and he wondered if he had an effect on her or had made her uncomfortable. He'd been able to read so many of her expressions and even her moods in the past, but this was something new. She hadn't looked at him in quite that way before. Hadn't played coy. Except, he didn't think she was playing. Ginny had never been the type to flirt for the sake of flirting, she was too transparent in that area. Put her in a debate over tariffs and she could bluff her way through, but tell her to flirt with someone at a party and she'd end up spilling a drink on herself or trailing food down her shirt. She rubbed her lips together and shifted in her seat. Her eyes lifted, full of curiosity and daring. Beautiful and luminescent. Does that mean you'll keep your promise to me? She asked in an even voice. Quinn didn't have to ask what promise. He knew by the hitch in her breath that she was thinking of that night. His tongue enlarged so that speaking was impossible. He swallowed water and an ice cube to try to get the swelling down enough to speak. It sort of worked. He weighed his words carefully, not wanting to appear like the eager suitor he was inside. Which promise was that? A guy couldn't be too careful. If he jumped in with a yes and hauled her off to the courthouse and she'd meant it was his turn to pay the check, he'd look like a fool. To marry me. She reached over and shoved his arm, which felt like a block of wood attached to his body. Before I turn into a bitter old spinster. A pulse thrummed so loudly in his ears, he wasn't sure he'd heard her right. Ginny. Are you proposing to me? Again? He tried to sound like he was flirting, but it probably came across stilted and awkward. What if I am? She met his gaze straight on, daring him to say yes. Wait, she was daring him to say yes. He knew that look as well as he knew the schematics for the genie in a bottle, the first roller coaster he ever designed. Then I'd say yes. Time skipped a beat as Ginny absorbed his answer. She leaned forward slightly, her lips parting. Really? He stared at her lips for a beat too long before lifting his eyes. A promise is a promise, he rasped. She placed both palms on the table and whispered, then what are we waiting for? His mind spit out several answers, none of which were romantic. A license. Invitations. Her dress. His tux, though he probably already had a tux he could wear in his closet. A priest. Her nose wrinkled when she smiled. Let's go ring shopping. She signaled for the check, and he paid on autopilot. He was helping her into her rain jacket at the coat check when he realized what they were about to do. They were getting engaged, and he hadn't asked the most important question in his life. He'd have to do that. There were certain things a man needed to take care of, and proposing, officially and correctly, was one of them. Chapter 11. What had she done? One minute she and Quinn were having a perfectly normal conversation like two adults, and the next she asked him to take her ring shopping. Strike that. She'd asked him to marry her. Hello. Normal people don't ask their best friends to end a non-date dinner, or a date, for that matter, with a marriage proposal. It was just. His touch had made some things clear. Number 1, Quinn was all sorts of manly. He had thick, corded forearms and a deep voice that strummed chords in her belly, making them vibrate. Number 2, she'd been around the world and hadn't found a guy who understood her like Quinn did. If she spent the rest of her life with a man who paid that much attention to her, then she was doing great. And making snap decisions was one of her strengths. Her gut instinct had never led her wrong, and it was pointing right at Quinn. Number 3, if she didn't grab him, someone else would. A guy like Quinn didn't stay on the market forever. Sure, they may be besties, but that didn't mean she wanted to be the best man at his wedding. Well, he'd probably give that honor to his brother, but she was a close second in the running. Which sat as well with her as day-old oysters. Therefore, she had to act and act quickly. And Quinn? Quinn hadn't blinked since she'd said the word marriage. Based on his reaction, you'd think marrying her was a cartoon hammer she'd pulled out of her purse and hit him over the head with before dragging him into the jeweler's. And this little beauty contained stones from South America and Africa. The salesman, Bob, placed the ostentatious ring on a ring stand covered in black velvet. He smiled, revealing a gap in his front teeth. You look like a woman who can appreciate the distance these jewels had to travel to come together to create something of such beauty. Thanks? She gulped as she continued to stare at the small spot on the band where the light bounced. The Fantine oval-cut diamond ring was exactly what she would have picked out of all the rings in the store. The teal-blue African stone in the middle reminded her of the ocean, how it ebbed and flowed, dealt with garbage, and contained the majority of its beauty below the surface. She could almost feel the rocking of a boat beneath her as she stared into the stone's depths. And the smaller South American diamonds ringing it and the gold band were precious. Like 100 wishes trailing across the night sky. She wanted it, but it was so big. You like it? Quinton's hand brushed down her back. It's impractical. Like the feelings that swirled inside of her. She hadn't reacted this way to Quinton in college. He'd always been her stabilizing rock, keeping her feet firmly on the ground, not sending her head into the clouds with a single touch. He snorted. You sound like my mom when she opens her Christmas gifts from me and Ben. She snorted back at him. I'm taking that as a compliment. His mom was truly awesome. She gave hugs that meant something. That's how I intended it. She leaned into him, enjoying the solidness of his body. Really? Because your scoffing tone said otherwise. He rubbed her back once more without replying, his eyes unfocused. She'd pushed him too far with the flirting. Maybe we should talk. He stiffened, his hand dropping away. The salesman, who had been politely rearranging the rings in the case, got up without a word and moved to a discreet distance where he could keep an eye on the jewelry but not be within hearing distance. Ginny angled her knees towards Quinn and leaned her elbow on the glass. I've been thinking over our conversation, and I feel like I bullied you into this. You don't have to uphold a stupid marriage pact for me to think you're a man of your word. He captured her hand and held it against his chest, where his heart pounded beneath his shirt. Her heart matched his in speed and intensity. There's no one on this planet I would rather be married to than you. She stared at their hands. They fit together awfully easily. What about love? She almost choked on the word. Her family didn't throw around the L word. She could count on one hand the number of people she'd said the L word to. She didn't actually know if she'd ever said it to her father. I'm proud of you. Good job. Nice work. Those were easy to say. But I love you? Never. A light dimmed in his eyes, and Ginny wondered if a woman had broken his heart while she was away. Had he fallen hard for someone only to have her leave him? An iron claw gripped inside of her, one made of jealousy and protectiveness. The woman was stupid and didn't deserve Quinn. I watched my dad chase after love like it was a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. What good did it ever do him? He smiled warmly and her insides went gooey. I'd rather have a solid friendship than love like that. Wouldn't you? She'd questioned her own father's taste in women when he married Jillian. She wasn't horrible as far as stepmothers went, but she had a cruel side that Dad hadn't seen. He was blinded by love. Yeah, marriage to a best friend was a much better idea. I can see your point. He signaled for the salesman. We'll take it. He passed over a black credit card with no numbers listed on the front. Ginny shook her head. You didn't even ask the price. He lifted a shoulder. I saw the way you looked at it, price doesn't matter. She leaned her head on his shoulder. You are too good to me. A deep sense of peace filled her from the bottom of her feet all the way to the tip of her head, letting her know that marrying Quinton was the right thing to do. Who needed love? She had a friend for life. Quinton pressed a kiss to her hair. His lips were warm and his breath brushed her temple as he pulled away. Butterflies took flight and her palms grew moist. Their arrangement was one of convenience, but a part of her wanted more. They'd shared a kiss that made all other kisses seem weak. She glanced up at him, studying his strong jawline, wanting to trace it with more than just a glance. Clasping her hands in her lap, she scolded herself for thinking along those lines. Quinn was right, infatuation would get them nowhere. What they had was stable. True. Safe. There was no need to go throwing things like mind-blowing kisses into the mix. Chapter 12. Quinton breezed into Avery's kitchen, not bothering to knock on the sliding door. Tonight was family dinner night, and they all gathered at her place to make burgers, sweet potato fries, and a salad. Their neighbor in the cove, Jet and Bolt, had recommended that Ben and Avery cook with their children 3 times a week to help smooth the process of blending their family. Ben's chef was around to answer questions and often joined in the fun. But at least once a week they gathered at Avery's place. The smaller kitchen made the process feel extra homey. After the wedding, when Avery and Landon moved into Ben's house, they'd sell this place. It was too bad they wanted to sell. Quinton liked the townhome with its teal wall in the living room, open floor plan, and large island. Hi! Savannah ran around the island and hugged his middle. He held her close, knowing she wouldn't be little forever. At 12, she was already so tall. Sup? Asked Landon. He offered a fist bump. A year younger than Savannah, he was already on the I'm too cool track to teenagerdom. Quinn gave him knuckles and then grinned at Avery and Ben behind the counter. I need proposal ideas. And it's got to be good. Ben choked on the soda he'd just taken a drink from, spraying the sink. Avery patted his back and handed him a dish towel. At least that one didn't land on me. She winked at her fiancé. Quinton held up his hands. I take it back. I don't want advice from you, dude. You royally messed up your guy's first date. Ben dabbed at his chin. A fluke, I assure you. He tossed the towel into the hamper by the garage door and wrapped an arm around Avery. Besides, I got the girl, didn't I? He nuzzled her neck, making Avery giggle. The kids exchanged a look and rolled their eyes. Quinn lowered his eyebrows. The giant green monster was doing his best to take over as he watched the lovebirds flirt and kiss. They had it all. He wanted that with Ginny, but when she'd asked if he'd rather forego their arrangement to find someone he could fall in love with, meaning she wasn't that person, he'd resigned himself to being the only one in love in their marriage. Of course he wanted love. He wanted it with her. But she acted like that was beyond the realm of possibilities for the two of them. Quinn slid his hands over Savannah's and Landon's eyes. Hey, you two, let's keep it G in here. They broke apart, sharing looks that would burn the fries with their heat. Thank you, Landon said, exasperated. Quinn removed his hands and laughed. Avery smiled at him, ruffling his hair as she passed by on her way to the sink. Quinn contemplated opening a window to let all the hormones out. Anyway. He paused for effect. Proposal ideas, people. "What's going on?" asked Avery as she washed a head of iceberg lettuce in the sink. Ben peeled carrots into the other side of the sink. "Remember the marriage pact? At least, I'm assuming that's what this is about." Quinn nodded. He'd only ever told Ben about his agreement, but apparently there were no secrets between Ben and Avery. "You're seriously going to marry someone you haven't seen in 10 years? Soon." He snatched a slice of green pepper from Savannah's cutting board. Avery leaned her hip against the counter. "Ah. So all this time she's carried a torch for you as well?" "Not exactly. But we're doing this." Avery turned to Ben, rubbing her lips together in worry. Her eyes asked him to address the situation. Before Ben could go into older brother mode, Quinn said, "Don't judge. We're as good of friends as we ever were. And I want to do this." A full half-minute of silence followed his declaration, in which Landon chewed a carrot so loud that the neighbors could hear it. "Well." Avery cleared her throat. "Is there someplace that's special to you too?" He lifted a shoulder. The spot he should take her would reveal too much about his feelings. "Yes, but a library is a lame place to propose." "Come on, this needs to be big. I only want to propose once in my life." Avery used the back of her wrist to move her hair off her face. "A gondola in Venice?" Quinton considered it and then said, "Too much flight time. She just got back to the US. Besides, she's trying to take over the family business. I'm not sure the timing would be right to whisk her away." "How about the pier?" offered Savannah. "It's fun at night with the Ferris wheel and the ice cream shop." Bless her. A pier proposal didn't seem big enough for all the feelings in his heart. "That's a good idea. Keep them coming." Ben snapped his fingers. "A flash mob at Pike Place. Buy the love tags." Avery's face lit up. "You mean those metal discs people attach that say K+D and stuff like that?" "Yeah. A flash mob would be awesome. He could hire a camera crew and get the whole thing on tape." "Do I need a permit?" Ben lifted his shoulders. "Maybe. I don't have time to wait. We want to seal the deal quickly." "The top deck of the ferry," offered Landon. "A private dinner cruise," said Avery. "The golf course," Savannah blurted. "No." Ben threw up his hands, calling a halt to all brainstorming. "Hike to a waterfall. It's perfect because—" Wait for it. They all cringed in anticipation of what was sure to be a horrible dad joke. Ben was famous for them. "You're taking the plunge." The whole room groaned. Seriously, the couch and dinner table seemed to join in. Avery smacked Ben's chest. "That was so bad." Conversation drifted while they finished meal prep and set the table. When they were settled in, ready to eat, Avery asked, "What would she like?" He'd relaxed in all the talking and being with his family. The stress had gone out of his evening. "I have no idea," he replied. She leaned over, keeping her voice to levels that were just between them. "And you don't see this as a problem?" Well, he hadn't before, but he did now. "Not one I can't overcome. They'd just have to spend some more time together. Then he'd know what the Ginny of today looked for in romance." Dating her wasn't a terrible prospect, and he dug into his burger, content to let the problem sit for the rest of the evening. Chapter 13. Even after being at work for over a week, Ginny didn't have an office to call her own. Her stepmom was still in the corner office, and since Ginny was trying to get her feet under her, she hadn't put up a fuss about needing an actual desk. If she had to sit down, she took whatever chair was closest. If there was a meeting, she used the conference room. She finally had a secretary, though, a man named Lyle with a long nose and ears like bananas. His desk was outside the corner office, but he followed her around as she moved from department to department, relearning the ropes. She ran her right hand over her bare ring finger, feeling the nakedness of it and pining for the beautiful ring they'd picked out the other day. Quinn had tucked it into his pocket and told her she'd have to wait until he proposed. Her mind kept wandering to the idea of a romantic evening at the top of the Space Needle or on a lighthouse. She didn't care as long as he got down on one knee and said all the right things. Her brain made her angry. It kept picturing the two of them dressed in their finest, dancing the night away while staring into each other's eyes. And then there was the memory of their kiss. It hounded her at night, blocking sleep like an overdose of caffeine. If she could just get control of those thoughts, then she wouldn't do something to embarrass herself. The possibilities for humiliation included, but were not limited to, throwing herself at him, blurting out how hot he was, being caught drooling over him, offering her lips for a taste test, and curling up beside him and refusing to leave. In order to think about something else, she was headed into the R&D section of the company to meet with the department head, Baylor Jorgensen. She strode into his office as if she owned the place, which she did. Dad had told her that she should feel comfortable in every corner of the building. So far, the execs were forthcoming with information and easy to talk to. Maybe Jillian hadn't painted her as the Wicked Witch. Baylor sat behind his desk, looking every bit the bulldog with heavy jowls that wiggled when he moved and a flat mouth. His round head sat atop his body without the apparent help of a neck, though he had to have one there somewhere. Virginia held out her hand and reintroduced herself. This doing things twice was tiresome. From this point on, she'd expect people to know who she was, and if they didn't, they'd figure it out quickly. I'd like to see the latest on the weight loss supplement that was presented in the meeting last week. Slim and fit, I believe. She took the seat across his desk without being offered the chair. You're not cleared for that information, he grumbled. Excuse me? Ginny tipped her head his way, thinking she must have heard him wrong. He glared, his beady dark eyes glassy in the overhead lights. It's classified. Ginny suppressed the indignation. What makes you think I don't have clearance? She had clearance, all right. She had clearance to toss him out on his flat backside. Jillian. You're not allowed to poke your nose into certain projects. I see. Her eyebrows climbed her forehead. I'm not allowed? The words brought on a wave of anger that she couldn't hold back. Still, she wasn't going to take it out on this guy, even if he did need to understand a few things. The first of which was that loyalty to her stepmother wasn't going to get him anywhere with this company. How long have you worked here, Baylor? His lip curled. 7 years. She got to her feet. Then you moved here from another company? Yes. Do you think they'll take you back? He sputtered, and she leaned across the desk. You should think long and hard about who you try to block from information regarding the research done in my company. A line of perspiration appeared on his forehead. He snatched a tissue and dabbed it away. I was told being here was a passing fancy for you and you'd be gone. There are company secrets behind those doors. He pointed out the window of his office, which faced the doors to the laboratory. She nodded sagely. Consider what I said. I'm not here to play games. She flipped on her heel and rounded the doorframe before she noticed Lyle dogging her steps. She flexed her fingers and rolled out her shoulders. You're unhappy. He pushed the call button for the elevator. Darn right, I'm unhappy. He popped his phone out of the case, put it back in, and repeated the motion several times. Just say it, she prompted him. What did you expect? Explain that. She boarded the elevator and pushed the button for the top floor. He dove in before the doors slid shut. You wander from department to department. You chat people up, but no one sees you really working. You don't even have an office, for heaven's sake. No one thinks you're planning to stick around, least of all your stepmother. Technically, she's still signing the contracts. His words hit home. She had been 1 foot in the company, 1 foot on the road. Hadn't she looked up flights to Peru just that morning? Not that she was jumping ship, but hiking season was coming up, and she kept having that glorious daydream of her and Quinn taking a selfie with Machu Picchu behind them. You're right. The doors opened and she walked with a new purpose to the corner office, where she paused at the nameplate on the door. That ends today. She slid Jillian's name off the wall, slapping the plate against her palm as she entered the room. Jillian's assistant, Chloe, was in the corner, pouring coffee. She smiled at Ginny. Ginny nodded in acknowledgement. When Jillian didn't look up from her computer, Ginny tossed the plaque onto the table. It slapped loudly and got the attention she was looking for. Jillian forcefully brightened, all but her Botox-deadened forehead lifting as if pulled by strings. "It's so good of you to grace us today, Virginia." There was no point in trading small talk or trying to sugarcoat her message. She was here to take over the company, and takeovers were rarely peaceable things. Blocking her from classified information was a hostile move. "I don't think you'll enjoy it so much when I tell you that while I appreciate what you've done for the company, your services are no longer needed." Jillian's face blanked, the strings going slack. "I'm not sure I understand what you mean." Ginny moved to the window to take in the view. "I just spoke with Baylor. He made a fuss about walking me through R&D. It appears I have you to thank for that. I'm only trying to protect the company. And I'm doing the same. So, what I'm telling you is that you're fired." Chloe gasped. Ginny turned in time to see the woman collapse on the floor. Thankfully, she'd set the coffee mug on the counter to add sugar, so the only thing that spilled was a sweet and low packet. She landed in a lump, her hair hanging over her face. Jillian screamed as if they were under attack. She skittered 2 steps backward, her hands shaking. Ginny rolled her eyes as she rushed to the woman's side, checking to make sure she was breathing and had a pulse. Both were in the affirmative. Turning to Lyle, she said, "Call security, they're trained in first aid." He nodded as he darted to Jillian's desk and picked up the phone. She took a moment to adjust Chloe so her body was in a more comfortable position and her skirt wasn't climbing her leg. Jillian hovered in the background. "Is there blood?" She clamped her hand over her nose and mouth. She'd toss her lunch if she smelled bodily fluids. "No," Ginny answered. For a woman who ran a multimillion-dollar company, she fell apart quickly in a crisis. Security rushed in, carrying a medical bag, and Ginny stepped back. The distraction had cooled her jets, allowing her to think clearly once again. However, her decision was the same. "Brian, thank you for coming. I'll need you to escort Jillian to the garage." She hooked the security guard who was standing in the background by the elbow and read his name tag, "Where a car is waiting to drive her home." She made eye contact with Lyle, and he typed quickly into his phone to make the car appear where it should be. "There's no need for that." Jillian folded her arms. Ginny was done playing the nice guy. It hadn't gotten her respect from anyone. So, she was going to do what she'd been groomed to do since the day she'd put on a pair of slacks and followed her daddy to work. "Yes, there is. There are company secrets in this building." She picked up Jillian's tablet. "I'll have IT remove sensitive material and get this to you as soon as possible." She handed the tablet to Lyle, who bounced on the balls of his feet, silently cheering her on. "Let's go, ma'am." Brian bowed slightly, motioning for her to go ahead of him. It was a nice gesture, one of respect. Jillian gathered herself like a hen fluffing her feathers. She seized her purse as if Ginny was going to keep that too. She wasn't, but security would search it before she left the building. Hopefully the element of surprise had worked in her favor and Jillian hadn't had a chance to stash anything of importance in there. Jillian left, her nose in the air. Ginny turned her attention to Chloe. "Am I fired too?" Chloe, flanked by 2 guards, one wearing blue plastic medical gloves, was lifted to her feet, her eyes wide. Only if you want to be. Ginny gave her the choice. It hadn't escaped her attention that Jillian didn't inquire after the woman or stay long enough to make sure she was okay. Chloe gently removed her arms from the security guard's hold and tucked her dark hair behind her ear. I'd like to stay. Do you feel up to working, or would you like to take the rest of the day off to recuperate? She squared her shoulders. I'll stay. The guards took that as their cue to vacate the room. They packed up the first aid kit and moved out. Ginny watched them go, waiting until the room cleared to move forward. Lyle? Yes. Have that glass thing removed. She pointed to the awful desk. I'd like a real desk in here. Something large, wood, and with loads of drawers. She adored organization. And I don't want to ever see that couch again. I'll have new furniture delivered before you arrive in the morning. He jotted down notes as she spoke. Chloe? Yes. Set up 30-minute appointments with the head of every department for tomorrow. Make sure they understand that they have half an hour to impress me. Yes, ma'am. Ginny pinched her lips. She wasn't happy with being called ma'am. Ma'am was for her stepmother. She spun on Lyle. Lastly. Yes. He was unfazed, collected even in the chaos of a changing of the guard. Find the painting of my father that used to hang here and have it put up behind Alice's desk. Daddy built this company, and his portrait deserves to be in a place where it reminds people of the great man he was in this life. Will do. He headed for the door. Virginia turned to the window and clasped her hands behind her back to hide the shaking. To the casual observer, she was calm and in control of the situation. Inside, she was a steaming pile of question marks, unsure if she'd just made the biggest mistake of her life or the best decision ever. There would be repercussions with Jillian, though she wasn't sure where the woman would come at her, personally or professionally. Perhaps both, depending on how devious she truly was. Ginny stared at her reflection in the glass, and it was like looking at a stranger. Where was the woman who wore her hair down and rocked babies to sleep? For so long, she had been two different people, the corporate exec when she was with her father, and the middle-class teen when she had to keep her mom's life together. As a child, it was confusing how she could go from being one person to someone else, depending on who she was with at the time. Like riding both sides of a teeter-totter and trying to keep balance. As she grew older, she'd adapted. Being on her own, she had come to a happy medium. Now she was on one side of the teeter-totter, holding it down, and she wasn't sure how she felt about that. Chapter 14. Soft music and the sound of water lapping against the shore provided the background for a quiet evening for two at the end of the pier. The atmosphere was pretty romantic, if he did say so himself. Most of the man-made beach properties had private homes, but when Adam had developed the property, he'd left a few acres for the residents of the cove to use for parties or a day at the beach with the family. He'd trucked in beach sand, covering the normally rocky shore. There was a cabana, staffed most hours of the day with a bartender and a couple of attendants who would set up chairs and tables on the deck of Dawson Fitzwilliam's lighthouse. He'd borrowed the romantic atmosphere from his neighbor, hoping to make a good impression on Ginny. After a week of Googling proposal ideas, he'd decided that a quiet dinner for two on top of a lighthouse was as creative as anything he'd read. He'd borrowed the romantic atmosphere, hoping to make a good impression on Ginny. After a week of Googling proposal ideas, he'd decided that a quiet dinner for two on the water was as romantic as anything he read online. The ring weighed heavily in his pocket. Yes, the stone was big, but what it represented was bigger. His throat was tight, and he had to continually clear it and sip water. The air was warm and heavy with moisture. The water was calm. As the sun set, the stars began to appear and that sense of magic he'd hoped to create appeared. The chef placed their main course in front of them and moved quickly back to his prep station, which was far enough away that they couldn't hear the clinking of plates and utensils. He had a propane stovetop and a stainless steel table where he'd prepared an excellent meal. Quinn was working up to the proposal, but Ginny was slowly killing any chance at romance with a monologue of her week. He listened patiently, waiting for his chance to jump in and change the subject. When she spoke of removing her stepmother from the office, thoughts of a proposal flew right out of his head. You kicked her out? That's rather harsh, isn't it? She stopped abruptly at his words. Again, his filter had failed him. He really should get that thing fixed. Questioning her actions wasn't going to put her in the mood to join him in matrimony, let alone seal the proposal with a kiss. He thought that gem of an idea up after seeing image after image of freshly engaged couples in the articles he'd read. Ginny rolled her hand around. It's company policy. No one can get back into their computer or take electronics off the premises without IT clearing them. Understandable, he hedged. It's funny. She leaned back in her chair and swirled her drink in the glass. But I don't dread going into work now that Jillian is out of the picture. Of course, you know all about that kind of freedom. She took a sip and lifted her glass. Quinn's stomach churned despite the grade A beef, cooked to perfection, that resided therein. He adjusted his napkin, keeping his eyes on his plate. I wasn't happy to be rid of Dad. Each stage of separation was difficult. When he disowned us, it was a betrayal. The hardness that had lined her features melted away. She placed her palm over his forearm. Of course. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound so flippant. The churning subsided in the wake of her sincerity. It's okay. You'd think it wouldn't sting so much after all he's put us through. But it does, she said softly. Yeah. This was why they were so good together. She understood where he'd been and what he faced, his pain, and him. If he needed a boost, a sure sign that Ginny was the path he wanted to take, her comfort was it. With a grin, he scooted his chair back and got down on one knee, taking her hand in his. She was calm, her hand smooth and graceful. Ginny. He spoke her name, noting the reverence that he couldn't hold back. Chapter 15. Ginny was shocked at the stirring inside of her, at the feelings that arose from seeing Quinn on one knee. His thumb brushed her hand, and she shivered with anticipation. This was a profound moment in her life, the moment he professed his love and asked her to marry him. Ginny, we've been inseparable friends, and we've been separated by oceans only to find one another again. I don't want to be apart from you. Will you marry me? He opened the little black box to reveal her dream ring. His words ran through her head, and she noted the lack of a profession on love. Even as her head was telling her to say yes, her heart was screaming I need more. She told her heart to shush, swallowed back the desire to lean into him and see if the fire was still in their kiss, and said, yes. He laughed, swiping at his forehead. You had me worried for a moment there. She giggled. All part of the plan. Shaking his head, he removed the ring from the box and slid it onto her finger. It was stunning, gathering the starlight like her very own dream catcher. She leaned back, holding her hand out in front of her. Quinn hesitated before hopping back into his chair, a man relieved of a burden. Was proposing to her such a chore? Her heart tugged as if barbed with a fishhook. Tell me about your travels. The chef appeared in his white coat and toque, depositing chocolate mousse cake in front of them with two long-handled spoons. He winked at Ginny, his eyes dropping meaningfully to her freshly adorned left hand. She blushed because of the lie. Inside, she hated that the engagement wasn't what the chef had probably pictured. When he backed away, she'd forgotten Quinn's question. I'm sorry, what did you ask? Quinn's hand inched towards her and then stopped abruptly. He'd been about to hold her hand. She wanted the closeness more than anything and yet had no idea how to cross the bridge to get there. I asked if you found what you were looking for. She tasted the mousse as she gathered her thoughts. I think so. It was like you said in the library, holding babies, loving them, that's when I felt like I was making a real difference. What about the adoption coalition in Europe? He tucked his chin. I didn't see pictures on your profile. She chuckled. That was so personal. I just couldn't throw it out there for the world. Here, she retrieved her phone from her purse, which hung over the back of her chair. She talked as she brought up the images. I worked on a team that overhauled the whole system. It took us 2 years, but the end result was a more child-centered approach to the adoption process. You're remarkable. She shook her head, his praise squeezing like an ill-made shoe. I'm afraid you think much higher of me than I deserve. She continued to talk, giving names to the faces and letting him in on the life she'd lived without him. As she did so, she felt her corporate shell sliding aside to allow her real self to shine through. Quinn did that for her. He reminded her of who she was meant to be, who God designed her to be, and not the woman her father molded. She'd have to pick the shell back up again before going to the office. But for now, it was nice to breathe, to be her, to settle into her skin again. If ever there was a reason to marry Quinn, the fact that he allowed her to be herself was it. Chapter 16. It had been 2 weeks since Quinn's proposal, and Ginny still wasn't used to the giant ring on her finger. It wasn't that she didn't love the ring, it was that she felt clunky wearing it, as if she needed to grow into the role of a fiancé. She'd snagged it on her sweater, pulled a thread, and made a mess of things, all under the watchful eye of the head of public relations, Jim Dumont. You need to throw an engagement party, he said as she snipped the yarn, tied it off, and put the scissors away in the correct section of her hyper-organized desk drawer. Order. No, thank you. She and Quinn spent most evenings together. Sometimes they ordered takeout, sometimes they had his chef prepare a meal. They'd even spent the evening cooking with Ben, Avery, and the kids. Their quiet nights were exactly what she needed after a day of being the boss. She thrived under the pressure of making big decisions and spending millions of dollars. But there was something about coming home to Quinn that was so fulfilling. It would humanize you. That got her attention. Why, pray tell, do I need to be humanized? What the heck? You've earned a reputation as a dragon. Jim turned his tablet to the side and hooked his fingers over the edge. She laced her fingers together and leaned back in her chair. Explain. Jim was honest. He always told her what she needed to hear, not what she wanted to hear. That was respectable, commendable. It also made him the point person for dropping bad news in her lap, and the rest of the company was catching on. If he wasn't careful, she'd start to dread his appearance. You booted your mother out of the company. Stepmother. He lifted a hand, acknowledging the correction. She had supporters who were upset at the way she was dismissed. They felt she deserved better. Quinton had implied something along those lines as well. She filed it away to contemplate it when she wasn't in the middle of a meeting. However, people like Quinton as a person. They trust his judgment. He's got a good reputation. Her heart warmed at the praise for her intended. Fine. Plan it. He stood, tugging his sleeves down. 1 month? I'll let Quinn know. She waited until Jim left before picking up her phone. Her heart thrummed in anticipation of hearing Quinn's deep voice. She didn't give in to the temptation to call him from the office, even on the bad days, because she couldn't afford to spend the rest of the afternoon daydreaming about him. He picked up on the second ring, and she stumbled over hello. Gathering her wits about her, she explained the benefits of an engagement party. I know this isn't a real wedding, but it would help me out. The silence was as heavy as a bowling ball. So you want to parade me in front of these people like some kind of trophy husband? She smiled at the flirty tone. You have the body of a trophy husband. Embrace it. Heaven knew she'd like to embrace it. She hushed her thoughts. They needed to fall in line with the plan. His laughter rumbled in her ear. Why do I feel complimented and used at the same time? Her hand went to her forehead. She couldn't believe she'd tried to flirt with Quinn. I'm so sorry. He laughed all the harder. Relax. I'm not going to sue you for sexual harassment. I'm not even sure that's possible, since you're wearing my ring. She rubbed the stone with her thumb. I've told you how much I adore it, haven't I? Only every day. Good. You should know how magnificent it is. A thought crossed her mind, one that was so new and scary that she lost the conversation. Every time she said how much she liked the ring, she was really talking about how much she liked Quinton. Goodness, if she wasn't careful, she'd slip up and tell him how much she liked him. Because she did like him. She liked his calm manner. She liked the way he made her feel valued. She liked that he worked in cargo shorts and a Bigfoot t-shirt, drinking Mountain Dew like he had when pulling all-nighters in college. She liked teasing him about being a billionaire, and there were those special moments when she caught him looking at her that made her think. Maybe he liked her too. When is this party? She shook herself out of her head. A month? I think. I'll be there. Do you want me to come with my shirt on or off? Which is better for my trophy husband image? She giggled, feeling giddy at the thought of her hand on his bare arm as they walked into the room. Feigning a contemplative sigh, she said, shirt on. But if I need some extra popularity points, we may have to revisit the issue. I look forward to it. Her cheeks heated. I need to go. I have a meeting. I'll see you tonight. Bye. She hung up and fanned her face. Everything all right? Asked Chloe. She'd stayed on as a personal assistant to Ginny, who oversaw her day-to-day inner office schedule. Turned out that Ginny had so much work, she needed 2 assistants. Lyle and Chloe had divided up the tasks and were both busy and content. Everything's fine. It was. She could flirt with a guy and not lose her head. Mastering her reactions and feelings, like all the business gurus on YouTube preached, was accomplished in high school, so there was no need for concern. Except Quinn had a way of needling into her thoughts and sending those butterflies aflutter with a few words, a touch, or even a look. He could very well be her undoing. I put those files you requested for Infant Pure on your desktop. Chloe set a cup of herbal tea on the edge of the desk. Thank you. Ginny dove into the files, ready to figure out what had happened with her pet project once she'd left the country. The deeper she got into the research, the more discouraged she became. They had reached the limits of science on this one, just as Thomas reported. She drummed her fingers on the desk. There had to be an answer that would move the project forward, and she was going to find it. Chapter 17. The Puget Sound was in a good mood today. The otter that lived nearby, and often popped up to say hello to the cove residents, sunned himself on a piece of driftwood. So content was he to bask in the rare summer sunshine that he didn't even lift his head as Quinton's yacht sailed by. The captain and small crew took the boat out of the harbor for a tour of the nearby islands. The captain stayed in the bridge, the other crew members out of sight. They weren't using the sails today, but had the quiet motor humming along. If they sailed far enough out, they'd get to Lincoln Pierce's island, where they could dock and have a picnic. Quinn wasn't in the mood to take advantage of his neighbor's hospitality. After a busy week with his assistant designers going over engineering concepts and registering patents for the Prince of Thieves coaster, he wanted Ginny all to himself. They sat in 2 padded deck chairs positioned in the bow of the ship to face out over the water. Behind them was a covered hot tub, and beyond that was the master suite. 1 level down was the party deck, where he hosted evenings with family and friends. Ginny, however, was more than a friend, which was why she'd been invited to the private living area. After they were married, no part of his life would be off limits. Quinn hopped up and went to the outdoor bar, where he retrieved 2 sodas, bringing one back to her. She lounged in the chair, looking every bit as comfortable as Audie the otter on his log. They were being lazy today, something that was foreign and needed for both of them. She lifted her face up to look at him, his reflection smiling back in her glasses. "Can you even feel the deck move beneath your feet?" She twisted the cap off her drink and took a sip. Quinn pulled his eyes away from her lips and took his seat. "I inherited my father's sea legs." His gut clenched at the thought of his dad. The betrayal was fresh, and yet there was this odd mix of regret that things had turned out the way they had. He should be more careful not to bring up his dad, there were still too many raw feelings there. "I thought you'd be desensitized by your roller coasters and simulations." She rolled her flat hand through the air like it was going up and down a metal track. He nodded, sitting on the edge of the seat so he could face her. The smile on her lips chased away his father's shadow, which hung over Quinn's heart. "You'd think so, but water is different. There's an element I can't duplicate. Believe me, I've tried." She stared out over the sea and sky. "I don't think I've ever asked you what drives you to create machines that thrill. Are you a secret adrenaline junkie?" "Hardly. I don't plan to jump out of a perfectly good airplane anytime soon." "Good." The protectiveness in her tone strummed inside of him. He needed to back down or he'd reach out and brush her hair off her forehead. And then he'd stare into her eyes. And then he may just kiss her. Instead, he swung his legs up on the chair and leaned back. "The only way I can describe my motivation is by comparing it to how an artist feels when lost in the process of painting, or how a cowboy feels when he's on his horse, or a programmer deep in code." She turned her head toward him. "It's your art form." He sipped his drink. He'd never told anyone about his process before, about how the track flowed out of him. But he wanted Ginny to know because she was the one person who would understand. "Exactly. When I begin a new coaster, I start with one line. The track." His heart leapt. She knew. He didn't know how she knew him the way she did, but it was one more confirmation that she was his match. "I let that line come from my hand. I don't tell it where to go, I ride it until it loops back on itself." A sense of being raw, real, overcame him. He was sharing his innermost self with Ginny. "Then the other half of my brain turns on, and I have to engineer the thing. Which is challenging in the best of ways." They sat there for a moment, his bare self waiting for her response. Her hand lifted and then settled on top of his. The air warmed, charged. His breath sped up. With that touch, she was taking him in, all of him. He struggled, wanting to cup her cheeks and kiss her slow, to give his whole heart to her. He couldn't yet. He couldn't love her that strongly, or he'd scare her away. They had an arrangement, and he'd stick to it. She glanced down as if just realizing her hand was still on his. "Sorry," she muttered. Before he could tell her it was fine, that she could hold his hand and touch him any time, she pulled her knees up to her chest and asked, "How many do you design a year?" "All the way to final drafts?" "4. But I have dozens of starts." "Do you keep them?" He nodded. She let her legs go and crossed her ankles. "I'd like to see them." "Sure." He'd never shown them to anyone before, but there was something about Ginny that took down his defenses and allowed him to share even the unfinished parts of himself. He usually lived like a hermit, with minimal staff and a locked door policy on his office. She heaved a sigh and rubbed her arms. "I needed this day." He reached for her hand, and she laced her fingers with his. This time, she didn't seem embarrassed. He was glad he'd had the chairs moved close together. If he was really feeling brave, he'd lift the armrests and pull her against him. Shoot. What was he waiting for? He adjusted everything under her curious gaze, and then reached for her. To his delight, she settled into his side, her head on his shoulder. "I needed this," he said as he kissed her hair. He could feel her grin against his chest, and he settled in, not wanting to move. They sat that way for a few minutes, soaking in the moment, soaking in one another. Ginny was the one who broke the silence. Infant Pure is dead. He closed his eyes. She'd had such hope, wanted to make a difference in the world with the pill. Can you resurrect it? With Ginny in his arms, he believed anything was possible. She shook her head. We're at the dead end of all dead ends. She ducked slightly. I hate to admit it, but Jillian was right to cancel the project. The technology to finish doesn't exist. I really hate it when she's right. He thought for a moment. Lockwood Family Pharmaceuticals was a medium-level name in pharmaceuticals. The other companies were competition. He rubbed her shoulder. Would you sell it? I'd entertain an offer. His hand paused mid-circle. That wasn't the response he thought he'd get. When Ginny had left, Infant Pure was the biggest goal of her life. She'd wanted to save babies' lives and money, and time didn't figure into the equation. She snuggled deeper into him. I feel peace about that idea. He draped his arm across her and held her close as the sea slipped by and the scenery changed. His mental stumble over her answer was for naught. She was the same Ginny he'd fallen in love with. Now, if only he could figure out a way to tell her without making her run away. They passed the afternoon companionably. There were moments when their eyes met that he swore he could see more there than friendship. But the look would pass, and he'd be left wondering once again. Had he known that being engaged to his best friend would be a slow kind of agony, he would have. Who was he kidding? He'd rather be engaged to Ginny than to lose her, even if it meant sealing his lips and his feelings. Her car was parked at the dock, and she was off and running to a phone call from their manufacturer overseas before the crew had the engines shut down. Quinn walked slowly along the wooden platforms, enjoying the view of a white beach and Dawson's lighthouse house on the peninsula. Quinn loved the water, but the sound could get rough and angry. He much preferred living on the hill. Even the noise of airplanes taking off and landing on the airstrip nearby was comforting to him. Excuse me, Mr. Willoughby? Quinn bounced his eyes off the new wooden beams beneath his feet to find Jean-Claude from Bravo Security scrutinizing him. He jerked a look behind him to make sure the yacht was secure and in the proper slip. He didn't want to violate the codes, covenants, and regulations of the cove. Friendship and history aside, Adam Moreau would have his head. Yes. You have a guest at the gate. He sped up. Ginny must have forgotten something. You can let her in. Jean-Claude matched his rhythm. It's not a woman. Quinn stopped. I'm not expecting anyone. He says he's your father. Quinn's blood froze in his veins, and his back went ramrod straight. What does he want? Chapter 18. Ginny had rushed home from her date with Quinn under the pretense of having an important phone call. Being with Quinn was wonderful. Almost too wonderful. She'd spent half the date pretending they were a real engaged couple and the other half trying to make sure her true feelings didn't show. But there were moments when their eyes would meet that she was swept away and she couldn't hide her heart. As soon as she'd realize her emotions were written on her face like a billboard, she'd rein in and do her best to regain her composure. Falling in love was exhausting. And she was falling in love with him. There was no denying that her soul had found its match and wanted to be with him for the rest of her life. She should tell him. But then, there was a small part of her that wasn't sure. Wasn't sure he loved her in the same way. Sure, he'd kissed her hair and held her hand, but those were touches friends could share without them being more than a supportive gesture. She hit the gym hard on Sunday, doing her best to flush the hormones from her system, and came to work ready to focus. Unfortunately for her, being the boss meant making the hard calls and delivering the news. That was another lesson Dad had taught her: don't shy away from being the bad guy for the greater good. You don't have to be popular, but you do have to be respected. which was why there was a grumpy researcher sitting across from her. He wore a white lab coat and impossibly small rectangle-shaped glasses perched on the edge of his tiny nose. His features were all smaller than average, though he stood over 6 feet tall. "I'm going to be frank with you, Jones." "Please do." His bow tie bobbed. As far as bow ties went, it was rather dashing, a navy background with tiny orange and pink blossoms. It made her think that Jones might have a fun side, even though his constant squinting said otherwise. The world doesn't need another hemorrhoid cream, especially a scented line. "I'm cutting the funding for your research and moving you over to the anti-nausea program." His mouth worked as if there were an overly large piece of bubble gum lodged in there before he was able to come out with words. "I've worked for 2 years on a formula to mask the smell of witch hazel." Jillian thought women would appreciate the fruity and floral scents. The whole conversation was a little on the strange side. Despite Jillian's personal feelings on the matter, the 7-year-old girl inside of Ginny snickered, and then the grown woman inside of her felt bad for making fun of someone. Her feelings for Jillian were as convoluted as ever, especially since she'd been right to cancel Infant Pure. "Our focus group said they didn't want to have a strong scent of any kind coming from there." She let it hang. Jones was smart, he'd understand what she was delicately implying. She stood up, holding her arm out towards the door. "Thank you for your diligent work. Keep your eye out for other areas where it may have application, and feel free to submit a proposal to your department head." He had stood when she did and was moving with her towards the door when he stopped abruptly. "I quit." She continued moving towards the door, where she could signal Lyle to call for security. While she felt bad for changing things so abruptly, she didn't have time to talk him out of a fit. "I understand. Lyle, would you please see that Jones is escorted out of the building?" "Wait." Jones threw his hands out to the side. For a moment, it looked like he was going to grab onto the doorframe and have to be dragged out of there kicking and screaming. At the last second, he lunged at Lyle, who sidestepped him. "Mr. Jones, please conduct yourself in a dignified manner," Lyle implored. "Dignified? Do you have any idea what I've sniffed for this company?" Virginia's eyes went wide and she shut the door on his outburst. Mentally moving the interchange off her plate, she glanced at the next item on her list. Seated behind her desk, she glanced up as the door opened, allowing Jones's loud protest to pour into the otherwise serene office. Emily Down, VP of Operations, strode in. Her trademark sensible black heels chewed up the distance as she crossed the room and took a seat across from Ginny. Crossing her legs, she pointed over her shoulder at the door that was once again shut. "Do I even want to ask? Trust me, you don't want to know the crap I had to deal with this morning." Pun intended. Ginny cleared her throat to hide the giggle. "I offered him a new position and apparently insulted him." Emily looked her over. "You're awfully calm, considering the storm out there. Dad advocated taking responsibility for your emotions and not taking it for others' emotions." "Well, you truly are your father's daughter, aren't you?" Ginny wasn't sure if that was a compliment. She opted not to make an issue out of it and let the heavy silence force Emily to change the subject. Jillian asked for $7 million in severance pay. Ginny didn't flinch. "Give it to her." She put her hands on the keyboard and opened a new email. Accounting would be involved in the transfer of funds, and they'd need her to sign something to authorize it. She might as well let them know that she was aware of the situation so they could expedite the process. Emily didn't bounce out of her seat to take care of things. "Really? That's excessive." Which was a nice way of saying, "Are you going to let her push you around?" Not that Ginny needed to justify her actions, but if Emily was going to send the severance pay, she should at least know the basics. Jillian didn't suck at running the company. "She did things differently than I would have, but I've seen the payoff of what she accomplished." And because Ginny wasn't clear about her intentions to stay, Jillian didn't have the opportunity to job hunt. Be sure to have her sign a release form stating the amount of severance pay will stay confidential, as will her reasons for leaving the company. Shrewd. Emily got to her feet. Necessary, Ginny countered. I'll see to the details. Emily paused for a moment. Congratulations on your engagement. I've met Quinton Willoughby, he's a good guy. Thanks. Ginny warmed all over. She had the stupid urge to bury her face in her hands and squeal. Quinn was a good guy, the best. He didn't mind talking about business, but he could whittle away an afternoon on deck talking about absolutely nothing and everything. Speaking of which, can you do me a favor? Will you look up what we've spent on infant pure? I'd like to shop it around. Emily sucked in through her teeth. That's an original product idea. Ginny leveled her with a look. I know. I thought of it. The research contains company procedures. Trade secrets. Ginny wavered briefly, wondering if she'd shoot a hole in the side of the company by selling infant pure. She wanted infant pure to go live years ago because of the potential it had to change the world, especially in underdeveloped countries, but she had an obligation to the company now as well. Where was the line? I understand. I'd still like the number. Very well. Emily's tone said it was anything but well. She'd follow through. This wasn't her call. It was Ginny's. And if she messed this up, she was the one who would take the fall. Her computer beeped and the quarterly reports appeared on her desktop. Bless Lyle. She opened them, happy to see all the right numbers on the rise. Her net worth wasn't as high as Quinton's, but that didn't mean she couldn't compete. Success was addicting, and she was ready for another notch in her belt. Chapter 19. Quinton wandered into the dust-free barn. He'd never seen anything like Jamon West's equine facility. As large as a subdivision house, the barn sported a gabled roof. Large brick columns supported the porch that wrapped around the building. A massive dormer, finished in the same stonework as the house, arched over the entryway. Red hardboard gave the outdoor space a pop of color, and iron light fixtures in a deep brown hung every so many feet. Inside was a rock fireplace, and a painting of horses running through a green field hung over the generous wood mantel. 2 leather chairs and a luxurious sofa gathered around the fireplace. To the left of the sitting area was a giant flat-screen television framed by cherry cabinets. There was a thick black marbled counter with a sink and a raised bar with stools wrapped around the outside. Stainless steel appliances were in the corner. Quinn followed a brick floor done in a herringbone pattern to the stalls with wrought iron tops and wood-paneled bottoms with the JW brand carved into each door. Several horses were in the stalls, and small framed signs were hung to give the inhabitants names. Jamon? Quinn called over the stalls. Jamon's head popped up, cowboy hat first, followed by his big Texas grin. Howdy, neighbor. Quinton couldn't help but smile. Jamon was a far cry from the guys he'd gone to private school with. He was considered new money and sometimes sent the old money in the cove into heart palpitations. Quinn thought chasing down a runaway horse in his boxers and cowboy boots was completely logical if the man cared about the horse. They shook hands and made small talk for a minute. Jamon picked up the horse's foot and tested the shape of a horseshoe against it. He grunted and let the foot drop. I was wondering if you'd be interested in purchasing a research project. Quinn gave a brief overview of the idea. This is strictly confidential, mind you. Jamon lifted his hat and scratched his head. Sounds like a worthwhile project, but I run an equine-specific lab. Quinn's hope plummeted. He wanted to be Ginny's knight in shining armor and take care of this, ensuring that her dream would make it out there into the world and do some good. But Jamon reset his hat. I met a guy in Santa Barbara a couple years ago. His wife is a vet, and he's a pharmaceutical genius. Developed something for a flu that was going around, saved lives. Quinn nodded eagerly. The White Knight was back on his horse. Can I get his number? He's a recluse. Lives on a houseboat. Likes his privacy. I'll get in touch with him and see if he's ready for a new challenge. If so, I'll have him call you. Thanks. Quinn slapped him on the back. That's the best news I've heard all day. He could use some good news. Dad had shown up out of the blue, asking to see him. Not Ben, him. He'd let Ben take the lead in dealing with their father, one of the perks Ben had of being the oldest. So his father's desire to reconnect was startling. Quinn hadn't been able to face the man who'd run out on their family after his time with Ginny on the boat. Instead, he'd made an appointment to meet him for dinner later in the week, after he'd had a chance to prepare, and hopefully to forgive enough that he didn't punch the guy in the face right off the bat. He was still working on that. There was just so much to work through that he needed a night of fun. He'd asked Ginny out tonight, ready to play. He made his way out of the barn, using the term lightly, considering the palace these horses occupied, and headed to his car. He drove through the city, in a rush to see Ginny and share the news that he had a lead for Infant Pure. It wasn't a solution to her worry, but it was a possible positive outcome. She must have been waiting in the lobby, because as soon as he pulled up to the valet parking, she walked out. He watched her tug her rain jacket tighter against the mist. In an hour or so they'd have a heavy rain on their heads. The valet opened the door for her and she slid into the passenger seat, her smile contagious. "How come you're so happy?" he asked. "Because I get to have dinner with my best friend tonight." His stomach tightened with the punch to the gut. Friend had become a bad word in his mind. "Well, you're about to get even happier." "I am?" One eyebrow lifted, and he could swear she was flirting with him. "You are." He said it low and seductively, earning him a giggle. With excited abandon, he told her about his conversation with Jamon West. Her smile, instead of widening, got smaller and smaller until it was upside down. In turn, he talked faster and faster, like he could crank it back up. She drew in a breath through her nose as if she were trying to calm herself. "Quinn, I appreciate your concern, but I told you that in private." "I know. I trust Jamon." "I don't. I don't know him from Adam." "There are. There's trade secrets involved with this project, not to mention the very idea is my intellectual property. How would you feel if I broadcasted one of your designs to your competitor?" "Jamon is my friend." Coolness bit into the air, and he wasn't at all sure it was because of the impending storm. Ginny rubbed her arms. "Even admitting our limitations on this project could be detrimental. You should have consulted with me before you shared the information. You once said that you didn't care what it took, you wanted to see Infant Pure make a difference." He gripped the wheel. "I was an idealistic 20-something who had her daddy to back her up. I'm the one on the chopping block now. I don't have anybody to fall back on." He twisted, feeling that verbal blow harder than any other. "You have me." He lifted her left hand, running his thumb over the ring. "That's what this means. I'm here for you." She sighed. "I know. But the company is mine, and I have to do what's best. I can't hide behind my billionaire fiancé." He paused, judging the amount of sarcasm in her tone. She often teased him about being a billionaire. His vision of how this conversation was supposed to go might color what he'd heard. He made an effort to lighten the mood. "You can try not to smile, but I know a billionaire bashing when I hear one." He tickled her side. She chuckled and squirmed away. "Let's not let this ruin our night. I admit, I should have talked to you before talking to Jamon. I did mention it was confidential, and he's a cowboy who sticks to his word." She stared out the window for a moment. "I don't want to fight." "Who's fighting?" he joked. She turned slowly, her eyes lighting up in the dim interior of the car. Not us. We'd never fight. Well, there was that time you took my ball hat. I still want that back, by the way. She laughed. It looked better on me. Says you, said Ricky Donahue. Oh. He tickled her side again while they waited for a light to change. Her laughter peeled through the car, and he knew they were over the issue. She was so kissable right now. He clamped his hands on the wheel. What did you have planned for tonight? She ran her hands through her hair, letting the silky locks fall to the side of her face. To kick your butt at pinball. She huffed, folding her arms. You can try. He gunned the engine, taking a tight curve. He was going to try, all right. He was going to try to get her to fall in love with him tonight. After all, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Chapter 20. The Seattle Pinball Museum was located in the Chinatown International District. Quinn parked outside the gorgeous gate done in red, blue, green, and gold, complete with carved dragons and a tile roof. They walked underneath, both of them gazing up. Inside the gate, a group of 10 men in red polo shirts danced a fabric dragon through the tourists milling about. There was a busy bar and grill on the corner, as well as a tea company and a food market down from there. This way. Quinn took her hand, sending her heart rate dancing right along with the dragon. They made their way down the street, passing multiple shops that she made a note to come visit again. I didn't know this place was here. It's wonderful. There were multiple languages being spoken around her, and for a moment, she forgot she was supposed to be in charge, and she just let herself be happy and free. I thought you'd like it. He kissed the back of her hand, his eyes lingering on her lips. She blushed, feeling like there was more to that look than she should allow. Yet she wanted to stop pretending that she wasn't falling for him. When he was sweet to her, she had the hardest time separating her best friend from the man she wanted to kiss. A small neon sign was the only indication that they'd made it to the pinball museum. Inside, the walls were painted blue and there were pinball machines lined up with only inches of space between them. The whole place could fit in her office. Quinn reached for his wallet. Do we need tokens or anything? He asked the employee at the desk. It's free to play. If you'd like to make a donation, feel free, said the acne-prone teen. He didn't look up from his comic book. Quinn rubbed his hands together. Which one do you want to lose on first? She bumped his hip with hers. That would be your decision to make. He clasped his hands together and bounced them lightly off his chin as he studied the selection. There were machines from long before either of them was born all the way up to the exact Ghostbusters model they'd had in the student lounge. Quinn met her eyes, and they dashed down the line. If there's something strange in your neighborhood, she sang. Who ya gonna call? Quinn asked in a deep voice. Ghostbusters. She was laughing too hard to get the word all the way out. He laughed with her. Ladies first. She lined up, pulled back the plunger, and let the ball fly. The game didn't disappoint, and she ended up with a score of 110,000. Not bad. Not bad. He rubbed his palms together. But I'll bet I can take you down. I ain't afraid of no ghost. She chanted along as the song played. Quinn's arms gripped the side of the machine, making his muscles stand out. Ginny bit her lip. She couldn't stop herself and had to touch his tricep. Quinn fumbled with the flippers and the ball sank through the middle hole, ending his turn. Oh, that's too bad. She pointed to his score of 78,000. He growled and grabbed her around the middle. You cheated. You can't cheat at pinball. She half-heartedly protested the restraint by pounding lightly on his shoulder. The truth was, she enjoyed being held by him and didn't want him to put her down. He did, though, right in front of a Star Wars machine with a picture of Han holding a blaster on the front. I want a rematch. He placed his hands on either side of her, caging her in. But I'm not playing fair this time. She narrowed her eyes. Do your worst. His wicked grin had her wondering if they'd turned off the air conditioning. It shouldn't be this hot in here. As she turned to face the machine, the scent of Quinton's cologne filled her senses, and she blinked at the board, wondering what she was supposed to do. Ball. Right. She pulled the plunger back, her arm grazing his taut belly. She almost swooned. After a few seconds of play, when she was finally wrapping her head around what she was doing, Quinn brushed her hair over one shoulder, his fingers grazing her skin and leaving a trail of heat. She swallowed, doing her best to focus on the silver ball moving like lightning inside the game. Buzzers went off and bells dinged, but none of it sank deep into her head. Quinn leaned over, his breath warm on her skin, and then he kissed her neck. Her knees buckled and she flipped around. Without thinking, she took his face in her hands and kissed him with everything she'd bottled up since dancing in his arms at the reunion. Quinn backed her up against the machine and returned her kiss, deepening it with a low growl. She dug her hands into his hair, letting the silkiness caress her skin. His hands went to her hips, and he lifted her to sit on the game. The machine made a loud noise that startled them both. She jumped down and her hands flew to her lips. Quinn's arms went in the air as if a policeman had yelled, "Hands up." Ginny looked at him, and she freaked out and ran for the exit. She'd ruined everything. There was no coming back from a kiss like that. She'd laid it all out, holding nothing back, going after him like she had zero control over her body. Geez. Once on the street, she gulped air and began to pace. She wasn't going to leave Quinn, she just needed a minute to get herself under control. She didn't have enough time, because Quinn was right behind her, panting like he'd run to the gate and back. I'm so sorry. She put her hand on his chest to keep him at arm's length. If he came near her again, her knees might never stop being jellified. I know it's not supposed to this way with us. Quinn trapped her hand against him as if he was worried she'd bolt again. Explain to me, in small words and talking slowly, what way you're talking about. We aren't supposed to be attracted to each other. I told you this was a friend marriage, and I can stick to my promise not to try to make it more. A slow, devilish grin appeared on his face, one she hadn't seen before but found she liked a lot. What if I want it this way? She smacked his arm. Stop teasing me. You do not. He laughed, pulling on her arm and gathering her into his chest. She went willingly, loving the feel of his muscles against her body. I would like to kiss my future wife. He kissed her nose. And enjoy it. She ducked her head. He pulled her closer, making her gasp because of the desire coming off of him and smoldering in his eyes. This time when their lips came together, she allowed herself to enjoy it fully, to get lost in the feel of his arms around her, his hands splayed on her back and the way they fell into a rhythm full of need and longing. Ginny grabbed his collar and held on. Quinn was going to be hers, and she was going to be his. The ring on her finger attested to that fact. But his kiss? His kiss told her that his heart was in this too, and she couldn't think of a more perfect moment in all her life. Chapter 21. Quinn grumbled his way through the crowds at Pike Place Market. He had no desire to be here, and his foul mood at having to be on this errand had him glaring at the bright flowers and hand-knitted caps for sale. He passed through the lines of booths. For $13 a day people could hawk their wares. They sold everything from jewelry to lobsters. Through a set of women exclaiming over hand-tooled leather belts, he emerged on the boardwalk. More booths were out here, and the place smelled of cinnamon and sugar thanks to the Cho vendor. Dad was sitting at one of the tables, a ball hat in his hands. Quinn marched over, not wanting to delay this meeting any longer than he already had that day he'd sent his father off at the gate. His shadow crossed the table, and Dad lifted his gaze. Startled, he half stood. You came. Yeah. Quinn ran his hand through his hair. What do you want, Dad? Dad glanced around. His tongue darted out and moistened his lips. Do you want a cho? You used to love those things at the parks. No, thanks. Quinn checked the seat in front of him for seagull droppings before pulling it out. Since Dad wasn't getting to the point, he needed to sit down. Dad fiddled with the brim of the hat. How you been? Fine. Good. Do you have a lady in your life? I'm engaged. A Google search would have told Dad that much. There was no sense in telling him anymore. That's fantastic. Virginia, right? Quinn glared. How'd you know that? Dad leaned over the table, suddenly excited. You two were so close. I always had a feeling you'd end up together. You had this spark. They were sparking, all right. The other night in Chinatown had exceeded his best dreams. He ran his hand down his face. Why did you come by the cove? Dad's hands finally stilled. I've been taking a hard look at my life. That day in court, seeing you boys together, it really shook me up. You mean losing the lawsuit shook you up? Dad shrugged the comment away. I never thought I would sue my kids. I walked out of there. After disowning us in public, Quinn threw at him. Dad nodded, acknowledging the comment without apologizing. I was in the car and Bambi was chewing her gum real loud. The sound grated on my nerves. I was ready to kick her out of the car, right there on the corner by the courthouse, and I suddenly realized it wasn't her that grated on me, it was me, what I'd done to you boys. I was a sorry excuse for a human being. I'd like to disagree with you, but... Dad gave a deprecating chuckle. Don't bother. I'd know you were lying. That was a step in the right direction, but if he thought a few words could wipe away the years of pain he'd inflicted, he was wrong. Quinn put his hands on the table. What do you want from me? He asked again. Because with his dad, it was always something. I don't know. Dad shrugged. I'm crawling my way back to respectable. I guess I just wanted you to know that. Good luck. Quinn stood. He paused, staring down at the wrinkled and aged man who had once been his hero. Dad squinted up at him. When's the wedding? We haven't picked a date yet. Soon, though. The sooner the better, as far as he was concerned. He wanted to hold Ginny every night and kiss her beautiful skin good morning. Our engagement party is a week and a half away. That's taking our focus right now. Dad checked his watch. It was one of those large-faced ones with a leather band but without numbers. He'd always worn a watch, even when they weren't in style. The sight of it stirred a lot of memories in Quinn, not all of them horrible. I'd better hustle, have an interview. You're getting a job? Dad stood taller. I am. I still have my trust, but I want to do something with my life. Good luck, Quinn snapped. Dad had a long road to walk before getting anywhere near respectable. Thanks. Dad smiled, his eyes clear and his face open. He left first, and Quinn took a seat again, blown over by the exchange. That was the weirdest conversation he'd ever had. Not once had he dreamed Dad would change, let alone want to. He dialed Ben's number. You're not going to believe what just happened. Is it weirder than you proposing to a woman who isn't in love with you and you haven't seen for 10 years? Are you ever going to let me live that down? Probably not. Quinn grinned. He held the trump card, Ginny was into him. A fact that he'd rub in his brother's face later. Well, hang on there, because this is weirder. Can't be. I just talked to Dad. His declaration was met by silence. Finally, Ben said, okay, that is super weird. Quinn told him about the conversation, the mention of a job interview, the whole thing. Do you believe him? Quinn measured his reaction to what had happened. I feel like life has been on this track and it's twisting and turning. Maybe it's coming full circle now. Like a coaster. When you get back to the beginning, everything evens out and you can finally catch your breath. Chapter 22. Ginny opened her email and found a note from Sister Mary. Aria had been adopted, through all the proper channels. She was going to a family of 3 with an older brother who was also adopted. The family picture was beautiful, with the mom in a stunning pink dupatta scarf and the father wearing a striped polo shirt and slacks. The mother was staring at the baby as if she had been starving for her. No wonder. Aria would let out these sweet sighs that grabbed hold of your heart and wouldn't let go. Just the thought of her chubby cheeks stirred motherly instincts in Ginny. Her eyes fell to the ring, and she had a scary thought. What if Quinn didn't want children? He loved his niece, had been a big part of her early life. What if he decided kids were too much work? In a near panic, a feeling she wasn't used to allowing control her actions, she called him. "Hello," he answered, sounding happy to hear her voice. She suppressed the squeal of excitement and blurted, "Do you want kids?" The ensuing quiet was like a long fuse leading up to a stack of dynamite around her heart. If he said no, she might blow up and never recover. Yes. Phew. She sagged in her chair. He laughed. "Is that all you wanted to know?" She warmed at his easygoing tone. Some guys would have freaked out at the mention of children, but then, she'd always been able to talk to Quinn. Now that they were beyond the limits of friendship, she wanted to share everything with him. "How soon?" He chuckled. "I'm ready when you are. Want to start tonight?" His rumbly voice made her melt deeper into the leather seat. She giggled. "Wedding first." He snapped his fingers. "Shoot. Okay, honeymoon baby it is." She smiled so big her muscles hurt. "I'm good with that." "Well, my day is considerably brighter." "What are your plans?" "Work." "You?" She sat up and straightened the pen on her desk to align with the pad of paper. "I'm golfing with my dad." "That's right. I forgot that was today." He'd filled her in on the situation. After their first meeting at Pike Place, Richard had called to set up a golf game. Quinn hesitated but in the end agreed to go, saying something about people coming full circle. She was happy for Quinn. He had an opportunity to reconnect with someone he'd thought was lost to him forever. That didn't happen every day. "Have fun." They said goodbye, and "I love you" nearly slipped from her lips. However, she'd blindsided him with the whole baby thing, which he'd taken really well. Dropping "I love you" in his lap in the same conversation was a bit much. Besides, it would be nice to hear him say it first. Not that she didn't think he loved her. He did. It would be nice if he knew he loved her before she went and blabbed on about her feelings. Lyle walked in and a switch flipped inside of Ginny, shutting off the giggling fiancé and turning on the hard-nosed executive. "Did you get the dresses I had sent over?" he asked. She nodded. "I picked one for the engagement party." "Thank you. Do you need anything from me before tomorrow?" It was happening again. Time was moving faster than she could keep up with. "I need photos of you and Quinton for the video montage, and then we're done." Ginny nodded. They'd been on several dates, and she'd taken pics. "You can get what you need off my phone. Also, my old Facebook page should have tons of us in college." "I'll take care of it." "You're fantastic. That's why you pay me the big bucks." She smiled in response. Lyle was really great at the bigger projects. Even as she glanced over her packed schedule, she couldn't help but think that the engagement party would be magical now that she and Quinton had revealed their feelings for one another. Each day, her excitement to be married to him grew. The fact that he wanted to be a father only added to his overall allure. She was so in love, and she didn't want that to ever change. Chapter 23. Quinton let out his breath and hit the golf ball, sending it sailing 250 yards to the green. The misty afternoon didn't deter him from golf. If he waited for his schedule to align with a sunny day in Seattle, he'd only get to golf once a month. "Looks like you figured out that hitch in your backswing," Dad said from the golf cart. His ball was in the sand trap up ahead. "I took private lessons. They paid off." Talking with his dad about golf was easier than talking about all the things they should talk about. Today wasn't about delving into the man's psychological problems or laying out his sins. It was just about hanging out, mending fences, and getting over awkwardness. What Quinton had learned over time was that the dad he knew from childhood was skewed by hero worship. What kid didn't look up to their father, even if their father was a slouch? When Quinn was little, Richard Willoughby was engaged as a parent, the kind that reviewed spelling words and took the boys to amusement parks. The three of them would run around like kids. Maybe his dad hadn't started growing up until his 50s. In a way, Dad's childish behavior had made Quinn grow up faster. Maybe that was why he'd recognized his other half so young, falling for Ginny when he was barely in his 20s. It was the day before their engagement party, and he was nervous about telling her he was in love with her. He'd rehearsed several speeches. Some of them included the fact that he'd loved her for over a decade, and some of them did not. He wasn't sure if it would creep her out to know he'd been waiting for her to come back, but his heart was so full of that love that he had to let some of it out. The engagement party was the perfect time. He could whisper it while they danced together or announce it in a toast. His gut told him to let the moment organically arrive, but he'd done that for so long and hadn't said a word. A light beep drew his attention, and a stunning blonde in a short pink skirt pulled the snack cart alongside the fairway. "Would you gentlemen like something to drink?" She hopped out of the cart, showing off her tanned legs, and lifted the side of the cart to reveal a variety of beers and sodas. "I'll have a Coke," said Dad. Quinn watched his dad during the exchange. A woman that pretty would normally have had him salivating and flirting. He handed over his money and took the drink, his eyes on the green and his thoughts probably on his next shot. A portion of the distrust Quinn carried around his father dripped away. Dad could say he wanted to change, but until Quinn saw the evidence, he didn't quite believe him. Quinn bought a bottle of water. Dad drove off without waiting to watch the woman close her cart and pull away, another grown-up move. "So, what are you working on these days?" Dad asked. Quinn threw his elbow over the back of the seat. Dad liked to take the turns too fast. "I haven't named the new coaster yet." "Names are tricky." Dad smiled. "I remember your granddad stressing over the name of the parks like it was life or death." "It can be. No one wants to ride the marshmallow or the lipstick tube." Dad snickered. He stopped the cart and reached for his sand wedge. "Maybe the name is in the design. What makes it special?" Quinn thought for a moment. "The rollover. Designing the hydraulics was insane. The only company with the technology to make them work is Stevenson's, and we're pushing it with them. Getting the inspectors to sign off on it will be difficult, because it's unlike anything they've ever seen." "You're a credit to your art, son." Quinn glowed. His life was falling into place. He had the girl. He had the job. And he might even have his father back. What could go wrong? His phone rang. A feeling of having tempted fate tickled the back of his neck. He scratched it away and checked the caller ID. "Hi, Jamon." "Hi. Listen, I got in touch with that pharmaceutical chemist I was telling you about. He's interested in the product." "Really interested?" "Shoot." He'd forgotten to tell his neighbor not to say anything. After Ginny got upset about the possible leak of intellectual property, he'd kissed her and then brain dumped the beginning of their date. This one was on him. "That's great. I'm going to send you his information so you can get in touch with him. Thanks. I'll pass it on to Ginny. It's really her project. And she'd made it clear that he wasn't to get involved. He wasn't sure what to do. Dad swung, sending an arch of sand into the air. His ball landed 3 inches from the hole. Not bad for an old man. He grinned, but his smile faded when he looked closer at Quinton. Is everything okay? Yeah. He'd take the information from Jamon and let it die with him. If Ginny ever asked what happened, he could tell her the guy was interested and get them in touch with one another. He said goodbye and grabbed his putter. I'm up. He was farther from the hole. Dad marked his ball's position and backed away. Quinn lined up his putt. His phone dinged, indicating that Jamon had sent him the contact information. He tapped the ball and missed, sending his ball skipping to the other side of the green. With a groan, he headed that way to try again. Stop thinking about your girlfriend and concentrate on the game. Dad shoved him as he walked by. The gesture was so much like something a frat brother would have done that it took Quinn off guard. Quinn laughed uneasily. Tomorrow night's the engagement party. I've got a lot on my mind. Look, love isn't that hard. You tell her you adore her. You make her a priority, it all runs smooth. Quinn bit back his first response of "Is that how you treated Mom?" because they were mending bridges today. Instead, he nodded to let Dad know he'd heard and then sank his putt. He would tell Ginny he loved her, and then they'd set a date for the wedding, and this whole infant pure misunderstanding would be swept away in the sands of time. Chapter 24. As far as assignments for the engagement party went, Quinton got the lightest load out of everyone. All he had to do was put on a suit and show up. Burgess picked out what he was to wear, gave him a shave and a haircut, and pronounced him acceptable enough for polite society. Quinn laughed at Burgess's version of praise. Thanks. He had the driver take him to Ginny's historic mansion on Capitol Hill. The house sat on the corner lot with the front walkway starting at the intersection. The front door faced the corner as well, and the house was built out to the sides. Several stories high, the building was covered in brick with big windows framed in cream-colored wood. Every time he came here, he had a feeling of stepping back in time where things were simpler and moved at a slower pace. That was probably what had attracted Ginny to buy the house. She was always saying time slipped away from her like a thief in the night. A maid opened the door before he knocked, inviting him inside. The front entryway was lined in soft wood paneling with sconces that gave off a warm glow. To the right was a library, and to the left was a family room. The centerpiece was the original hand-carved oak balustrade leading to a balcony on the second floor. Quinton's eyes followed the stairs up until his breath caught in his chest as Ginny appeared, wearing a cream lace dress. The fabric hugged her curves and flared out at the bottom like a mermaid's tail. The scallop of the lace made a cap sleeve. The same scallops created a stunning sweetheart neckline. If he hadn't fallen for her before this moment, the dress would have done him in. She got to the bottom step and he was in front of her in 2 strides, his hands cupping her cheeks as he drank her in. You're a vision. Her cheeks dusted pink. You shaved. She ran her fingers down his smooth cheek. All the better to kiss you with, my dear. He nuzzled her neck and felt her sag against him. Do we have to go? I could stay right here all night. She moaned softly as he trailed kisses along her jaw. I think we're obligated. He pulled back slightly. It is our engagement party, she half-heartedly insisted. Are you having second thoughts? Never. My only worry is having to share you for the next 3 hours. She moved to the side and linked her hand through his arm. We can come back here when it's over and pick right back up. I'm going to hold you to that. I'd rather you just held me. He groaned. You're not making it easier to get out the door. She laughed, tugging on his arm. Come on. We have a room full of people waiting to congratulate us. The ride to the party was blissful. Quinn managed not to mess up her lipstick as he stole several kisses. They flirted heavily and giggled when the driver put up the partition. They pulled up to the Starlight Loft Event Center located across from Sculpture Square. Quinn looked out the window as they waited for the driver to get the door. There were hundreds of people mingling inside, visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The tables were covered in dark blue linens, and twinkle lights added a touch of magic to the decor. One wall was painted white and left bare. Ginny had said something about a slideshow of them. He looked forward to seeing it. The door swung open and the driver helped Ginny out, Quinn climbing out behind her and offering his arm. Several photographers from the local news outlets had set up along the blue carpet leading to the front door. "Do you want to stop for interviews?" Quinn asked quietly. Ginny shook her head. "Tonight is about celebrating us and what we have, not answering questions about the latest product release." He nodded, ushering them past the reporters who called out for their attention. Once inside, the introductions began. He was glad to see his team had made it. Ginny moved them to a pocket of VPs from her company, and he shook hands. As they left, he leaned over and whispered, "How am I doing as a trophy husband?" She pinched his side. "You're perfect. Keep it up." Her eyes danced at sharing their private joke. A man with a short haircut approached. "Hi, I'm Lucas Scott." He shook Ginny's hand and then Quinn's. "It's nice to meet you," Quinton said out of habit. Names and faces were starting to blur together. "Congratulations on your engagement." "Thank you." Ginny smiled. "I'm sorry to crash the party, but I couldn't get your infant pure out of my head." "Excuse me?" Ginny bent forward as if trying to hear him better. "Did you work with Thomas?" No, he looked back and forth between the two of them. "Jamon West called me a few days ago and said you were interested in selling the research." Quinn's heart sank. He sucked in a breath and squeezed Ginny's hand. "My neighbor." Understanding dawned. Lines appeared around her eyes, tight ones that said she wasn't happy with the situation. "I'm not sure what Mr. West told you." Lucas held up a hand. "Likewise. It seems there's a breakdown somewhere. I'd expected to hear from you sooner. That's why I came up here myself. I'd like to offer you $5 million for the research you've done so far. And another 5 for the trademark. Do you think you can make it work?" Quinn asked. 10 million was pennies in the pharmaceutical world, but the important thing was getting infant pure into FDA testing. They couldn't do that without a viable formula. Lucas bobbed his head from side to side. "It's a challenge, to say the least. But I live for a challenge." Ginny cut in. "I'm sorry, what company do you develop for?" "I own half of Germtech Pharmaceuticals. But I no longer work for the company. I've retired." Ginny stiffened. Germtech Pharmaceuticals. Germtech was one of the largest companies in the business. Though they specialized in vaccinations and preventative medication, it wouldn't take much for them to move into Ginny's field of over-the-counter meds and take over. Which meant Lucas Scott was the retired half-owner who had masterminded their groundbreaking formulas. A small memory struggled to surface, one of an online article about the reclusive billionaire who'd saved the world. If there was a microbiologist on the planet who could make Ginny's vision come to life, it would be Scott. Quinn swelled with pride knowing he'd had a small hand in bringing this together. If it worked out. Judging by the steely look in Ginny's eye, that wasn't likely. "I appreciate your offer, Mr. Scott, but infant pure is not for sale." Lucas looked back and forth between the two of them. He plucked at his bottom lip for a moment, considering his options, or perhaps considering raising his bid. Quinton mentally scrambled. This situation was his fault. But what was wrong with Ginny? She'd talked for hours about her hope for this formula, expounding its virtues. He glanced down at her, noting firmness around her lips. She was resolute. He could push the issue and ruin their engagement party, or he could take the blame and smooth things over. I'm sorry you've come all this way. I should have communicated with Jamon about the change, Quinn added, feeling like a heel. These things happen. Lucas glanced around the room. I brought my wife. I think we'll dance for a while. If you change your mind, you know how to contact me. He left, his head high. Flying to Seattle to chase down a dead end didn't seem to ruffle him. Thank goodness. Ginny, however, was all sorts of ruffled. Quinn touched her elbow. I'm sorry. I forgot all about having talked to Jamon. When he called with Lucas's information, I thought I'd hang on to it and let the whole thing die out. She lowered her eyebrows. He called you back and you didn't tell me? It wasn't a big deal. It's a huge deal. Do you know who that is? Lucas Scott is the name in pharmacology. He could squish my company with a snap of his fingers. He seemed like a decent guy. They all do, right before they stab you in the back. She swore under her breath and her face pinched. I need to get damage control going on this right now. Legal will have to be ready to file a suit if he even tries to trademark a similar pill. Quinn's stomach soured. But wouldn't that be a good thing for mothers all over the world? Isn't it better that they get the help they need to feed their babies than that you make billions? Easy for the billionaire to say. She pulled her phone out of her purse and began dictating an email. Quinn picked his jaw up off the ground. Ginny, what the heck? She hit send. Before Ginny had a moment to explain herself, Ben and Avery found them. Ben gave Ginny a brotherly hug. Welcome to the family. She said thanks. Avery complimented Ginny's dress, and the girl talk began. Quinn watched her for a moment, impressed with how easily she'd switched from hard-nosed CEO to sweet future sister-in-law. The change was so smooth, Avery was clueless to the argument she and Ben had stumbled into. Ben shoved his hands in his pockets and stared at the floor. Quinn touched his arm. His brother was usually the life of the party. What's going on? Ben looked around. This isn't the time. His desire to keep his mouth shut only made Quinn more curious. Besides, he could use a distraction from the niggling worry that all was not what it appeared with Ginny. There was a side to her he wasn't familiar with, and it scared him. Maybe Ben had seen it too. If he had a warning, Quinn wanted to hear it. Tell me. Ben leaned closer and lowered his voice. Stevenson called John. He didn't want to bother you tonight. They have another buyer for the hydraulics you guys were working on. A company out of China. Another buyer meant the overseas company was aggressively going after his designs, trying to one-up them in the market. How did they even know we were working on that? Did Stevenson leak the information? Ben shook his head. We have a confidentiality clause with them, which is why they called about the other buyer. Then how? His team was locked down. It didn't come from them. Dad. The word was barely loud enough for Quinn to hear it. Or maybe his body was trying to protect him from the emotional damage the information would bring by muting sound. The room was really quiet. Quinn pulled out his phone and dialed his dad. He didn't want to have Dad confirm the information, didn't want to know he'd been duped. But he had to find out, because not knowing would eat away at his soul. The phone rang and rang. He left a message. Dad, call me back. There was a risk giving his father his private cell phone number, but it was one he had to take. He needed answers. Ben was also on his phone. He switched it to speaker, and Jordan Stevenson picked up. Jordan, this is Ben. What have you found out? My guy didn't want to give away his informant, but I threatened him with a lawsuit. He said it was Rick Willoughby. I'm sorry, Ben. Ben leveled Quinn with a look that asked if he believed him now. Don't be. It's not your fault. Quinn gulped. He was batting 1,000 tonight. Ben said goodbye and hung up the phone. I'm sorry. He'd let his guard down, let his father in. Talk about coming full circle. He'd gone from one betrayal to another. Ben forgave him with a nod. Ginny, however, was still giving him the cold shoulder while she discussed wedding plans with Avery. Quinn needed a minute to let the latest revelation settle. I feel like an idiot. I can't believe I fell for his act. Don't beat yourself up about it. You've always seen the best in people. It's one of your best qualities. Most of the time, they rise to your expectations. Ben squeezed his shoulder and then pounded him on the back. Quinn studied Ginny. Was he making the same mistake with her? Was he only seeing the good and ignoring the warning signs that she wasn't who he thought she was? She'd always wanted to do good, despite the cost. But tonight, she'd turned down Scott without blinking. The lights dimmed and Lyle waved his arms over his head. Is the happy couple in the house? A smile filled Ginny's face and she waved back. Quinn tried to play his part, but he couldn't help but scrutinize her every move, trying to look at her from another angle, to see past his love-filled eyes. They made their way to the front of the room, where Lyle read off a short introduction. But what am I doing talking when you can watch it on video? Quinn settled his arm around Ginny. She didn't snuggle into him, but she leaned his direction, sharing body heat and personal space. There was an issue keeping them from fully coming together, a conversation they'd have to get through. Lyle motioned for the movie to start. Quinn watched with interest, hoping he'd see the woman he fell in love with falling in love with him. The movie started with pictures of them in college. They were standing in front of a car they'd filled with popped popcorn, his arm around her shoulder, the two of them grinning. Other images followed of them studying late at night, eating ice cream, roasting marshmallows, and watching a football game with their faces painted. Those images faded away and were replaced with Ginny surrounded by a group of kids. The word orphanage could be seen behind them. Quinton jolted. What followed was a montage to her travels and service across the globe. She stiffened and pulled away from him as she was memorialized on screen as this decade's Mother Teresa. He grunted. I thought tonight wasn't about advancing our careers. Ginny whispered back through tight lips. I had nothing to do with this. He wanted to believe her. He did. But the last set of images proved her statement false. They were pictures only Ginny would have of their time together, including one of them in front of the pinball museum. The whole thing made him feel used and stupid for not seeing the real Ginny. In that video, he saw that he had been the trophy husband all along. He moved his arm and put some space between them. Ginny glanced at him, her eyes full of questions. After the show was over, the lights went back up and they weren't alone, weren't in a position to talk about their future together or what had happened tonight. Lyle handed Ginny the microphone. Her cheeks lifted and she waved to everyone. Thank you all for being here tonight to celebrate our engagement. A wave of refined clapping swept through the room. Quinton swallowed the disgust building inside of him and smiled. I've never met anyone like Quinton before, and I couldn't be happier to marry my best friend. She passed him the mic. Quinn looked down at it for a moment. The delicate words of love he'd crafted tasted like lies. Thank you all for coming. We hope you have a wonderful evening. As soon as the band struck up a song and the attention shifted, Quinn made a break for the back door. Ginny hurried after him. He could hear her greeting people and promising to come back and chat, her voice high as she forced cheerfulness into her tone. He followed a server into the kitchen and hurried around the island to where an exit sign glowed green above a heavy metal door. Quinn! Ginny grabbed his arm, pulling him to a stop. What's going on? He spun on her so quickly that she stepped back, startled. I wasn't sure, but I think I finally have it figured out. Fill me in, then, why don't ya? She folded her arms. No place like the beginning. I've been in love with you since Stanford. She gasped and her eyes glistened with tears. Really? Yeah. But that girl I fell in love with got lost somewhere along the way. No. She would have sold that formula, Ginny. Heck, she would have given it away if it would have helped one mother. But you turned Lucas down with cold-hearted glee. She sputtered. There's more to consider. Than a life? Fine. You have hard decisions to make. I understand that. I do. But I don't understand your indifference. The woman I loved wanted to make a difference. And then to see you use those orphans to improve your image? I don't know you, Ginny. And I certainly can't marry you. Her hands shook as she reached to take off the ring. He held up a hand. Keep it. His body deflated, unable to stay angry at her for long but still resolute in his decision. He'd trusted and cared about two people who had both let him down. The trouble was, he still cared about them. I hope it makes you happy. He shoved the door open, setting off some sort of alarm that followed him into the alley. 3 seconds later, the door shut behind him and he was shrouded in darkness, his shoulders wet from the rain. Chapter 25. The guests were gone. The large screen was dim. Glitter littered the floor, along with crumpled napkins and a few dishes. Ginny sat at a table, a glass of water in front of her, her shoes on the floor next to her feet. A small pile of forgotten purses, handbags, and glasses sat on the table next to her. Lyle would take them home and make sure they were returned to their rightful owners. Not knowing what to do, she'd made excuses for Quinn's absence and continued on with the evening. Always in the front of her mind was the look on Quinn's face when he said he didn't know her. A tear trailed down her cheek. He was right. She'd become everything she'd ever looked down on in her father. Calculating. Worried about the bottom line more than her responsibility to the other people on the planet. She'd gone back to being a person split into two. There was the work version of her who made the hard calls and didn't feel guilt, who isolated herself behind a wall of ice while she threatened those around her like a dragon, and then there was the woman in love with Quinton. Ginny loved being that woman. She cherished the idea of having her babies in her arms, of loving one man her whole life long, of creating a family that was better than the one she'd grown up in. She ached for long weekends and sleeping in Quinton's arms. She drew a circle on the tablecloth with her finger. Inside of her were two different people. For 10 years they'd lived in harmony, but coming home and being in charge. She'd given too much leeway to the dragon side of her. It wasn't an evil thing, but it did need to be tamed. She should be more of herself at work. Allow herself to care about the people she worked with and look at the opportunities she missed to do the right thing because she was so worried about staying on top. She heaved a breath. She could make this right, she just needed to know what to do first. Chasing down Quinton was on the list. She needed to tell him he was right, needed to make some changes. She stared at her phone, wondering if he'd even take her call. I know I left it here. A petite woman with short black hair and a bounce in her step came through the door. Ginny hurriedly wiped her cheeks. What color was it? Asked Lucas Scott. Ginny stared at him. He was the answer to her problem, and he'd appeared as if summoned by her desire to make right the wrong she'd committed. His wife laughed, placing a hand on his arm. I love that you can recall the formula that describes the collection of fundamental particles thought to make up the universe, but you can't remember what color my purse is. He took her hand and pressed it to his lips. Let's get out of here. I'll buy you a new purse. She laughed and headed to the lost and found pile. It'll take 5 minutes. Ginny jumped to her feet, feeling as though she was given a second chance. Mr. Scott. She stretched out her hand. It's wonderful to see you. It is? He blinked. Don't be rude. His wife elbowed him. I'm Becca. She had an I Save Stray Dogs kindness about her that put Ginny at ease. Please, won't you two sit down? I have a story to tell. She needed this meeting. It won't take long. They nodded. Lucas held the chair out for Becca before taking the seat next to her. Ginny bit her lip. This was no time to be a wallflower, yet she couldn't be a dragon. Instead of either of those, she grabbed onto the woman who loved Quinn and started talking. The story tumbled out of her, all twisted up with her falling in love with Quinn and finding out tonight that he'd loved her for years. I'm sorry, that took longer than I thought it would. She laughed as she wiped under her eyes. The bottom line is, Mr. Scott, I'd very much like you to continue the work on Infant Pure. And you don't have to pay for any of it. The lives the formula could save are much more important than our investment in the pill so far. Lucas rubbed his chin. He exchanged a look with Becca. She smiled. Karma is a funny thing, hon. She turned to Ginny and explained how Lucas had worked out the immunization formula for the butterfly flu, but he'd had to give it to his competitor in order to have it put into testing because Lucas was under investigation for the death of his sister, who had died from the infection at their private facility. Eventually, the charges were dropped. But if he'd waited, thousands more would have died. Lucas clasped his hands in front of him. Let's make something clear. If I take this project, I'm not doing it for the money. Ginny stared at them. The impression upon her mind was clear: this was the man who was meant to create Infant Pure. It had never been hers. Even the idea, which she'd felt inspired to present to her father, came from a higher source. She'd been so caught up in the numbers and the company that she'd shut off the source of all inspiration. It's yours, Mr. Scott. Do with it what you will. He glanced at his wife. I think we'll stay in Seattle for the weekend. Becca nodded her agreement. I'll meet you Monday morning to sign the paperwork. The relief that swept through Ginny washed away her anxiety. Part of her wrong had been righted. I'll send a message to our lawyers. Make it Monday afternoon. I don't want them to stress out too much. He chuckled. Done. They said their goodbyes, and Ginny found herself on her feet with nowhere to go. She called for a car and waited by the front door. As she paced, an idea started to form. She dialed Avery. I'm sorry for calling so late. She and Quinton were meant to be together, and she had to right that wrong or she'd never be whole. It's okay. Avery's words slurred, and she cleared her throat, pulling herself from slumber. Is everything all right? No. But I hope it can be. She proceeded to explain what had happened and how she wanted to fix it. Avery was a willing accomplice, and by the time Ginny made it home, she was too excited to sleep. Chapter 26. Monday morning, Quinton dragged himself into his office. Sunday had been a pathetic day spent moping around the house and eating garbage. He paid the price this morning when his trainer showed up at 6 to kick his butt. After grudging through a workout, he showered and decided to head to work. He'd just entered his office when Ben hustled in. I need your help. What? Anything to get his mind off of Ginny. I'm supposed to speak to the physics department at Stanford this afternoon, and I totally forgot about it. I need you to come, bring some of your touchy impressive stuff, and fill in the gaps. He grabbed his laptop and a pad of paper. We'll brainstorm on the way. His brother's mistake was his salvation. Ben was 2 steps ahead of him. I've got the plane ready. Ben had a plane at the private airport just beyond their property. The Cove had all the amenities a billionaire could ask for, and most billionaires kept smaller planes on site. Gibbs delivered them to the plane's steps, and they were aboard and trundling down the runway the second Quinn buckled his seatbelt. How late are you? Quinn asked as the ground disappeared from view at an alarming rate. It was a good thing he had a stomach tried and tested by roller coasters, or he wouldn't have been able to handle the level of accent. Flight time is estimated at 2 hours and 15 minutes. We'll be late enough, we're going to have to run when we get there. Quinn opened his laptop and sifted through the files. We can start with the preliminary designs for the magic carpet, explaining why they didn't work and how we changed them. The magic carpet had been operational for over 5 years. That's good. Many of them would have ridden it. They worked up an outline, Quinton taking the lead out of desperation. If he slowed down for even a minute, the memory of holding Ginny would catch up to him. If it did, he'd fall to pieces. Nothing in the world had hit him as hard as saying goodbye. Not even his dad's betrayal. His dad hadn't called him back, and when Quinn tried to call again, he was blocked. Any chance they had at salvaging their relationship was lost now. Stevenson had told the other bidder to take a hike. From what they'd been able to gather, Dad had taken off with the down payment for his subterfuge and disappeared. Quinn hoped he never surfaced. There was a lot going on in his life, and for just a while, he wanted to ignore it. They landed, and a car was waiting to take them to campus. Quinn kept his eyes on the computer, not wanting to trigger thoughts of his time here with Ginny. He was well aware of the fact that he was going into the lion's den of memories, but he had the presentation to keep his mind focused. Engineering and physics took up his whole brain. He could do this. The car pulled in front of a building, and Quinn groaned. The library? Come on, Ben urged. 3rd floor. He sprinted from the car. Not wanting to be here, but not wanting to be alone while on campus more, Quinn followed. They earned stern looks from the librarians at the check-in desk because of their hurried and loud entrance. The stairs loomed ahead of them. Quinn was faster, fueled by anxiety. Ben's steps fell in with the background noise of students typing and muffled footsteps. He rounded the 2nd floor landing and headed for the 3rd, hoping the professors had been able to stall. When he got to the top, his chest heaving, he stilled. The lights were off. "Hello?" he whispered. "Back here," came a whispered reply. There was a light on the other side of a bookshelf. They must be looking at something on a screen. Perhaps Ben had sent some videos ahead of them. Quinn went to the side of the bookshelf, trying not to interrupt but wanting the professor to know they'd arrived. Instead of a room full of eager physics students, he found Ginny sitting on an old wooden table, her feet on the chair in front of her. "Hey!" Quinn flipped around to see Ben at the top of the steps. He lifted a hand, letting Quinn know this was the plan all along. He nodded for Quinn to move in before turning to go back down the steps. Quinn swallowed his anger and faced Ginny. She lifted her chin, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. His heart cracked and shrank and called him nasty names. She wiped at her eyes. "You were right, you know. I was a different person when I was here." That didn't help his heart mend. In fact, it cracked a little wider. "I don't want to be right. I want things the way I imagined them." She continued to wipe under her eyes, the tears coming harder and faster. "Me too." He dropped his bag by the shelf, unable to let her sit there and cry and not put his arm around her. He sat next to her on the table, and it creaked under his added weight. She leaned into him. "Quinn, growing up in 2 houses was strange. I didn't get attention from my dad unless I was achieving, and my mom loved me best when I took care of her. Dad would get angry if I handled him. Mom would feel neglected if I didn't. It wasn't until I met you that I understood what unconditional friendship," she glanced up at him from lowered lashes. "Love felt like." He brushed her hair over her shoulder, needing to feel closer. "I said I went out in the world to find myself, but I think I left so I could be myself." She put her hand in his and laced their fingers together. "That's who I am when I'm with you." You make it easy to be me because you accept me. He blew out a breath. I didn't do such a good job of that the other night. She shook her head. You called me on my crap. He laughed, surprised by her candor. I need someone in my life who will do that for me. But more importantly, I need you, Quinn. The guy who helps me have fun and let go of work and who sees all my faults and loves me anyway. She held her breath, and Quinn found himself doing the same. Please say you still love me. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her jasmine-scented hair. Of course I do. She pushed gently out of his hold and pulled something out of her pocket. Holding up a simple gold band, she said, Quinton Willoughby. I am not a perfect woman. When you're in college, you think 10 years will be enough to grow up, but I'm still working on that. I have faults and baggage, and I love to win, so you'll never beat me at pinball, but will you marry me? Quinn shook his head, taking her by the shoulders. The library is a horrible place to propose. She half laughed and half cried. I thought it was romantic. We had our first kiss right here. She pointed at the tabletop. Quinton, I think that was the moment I fell in love with you. He pulled her close, caging her in his arms. Took you long enough, he said, his voice going husky. She chuckled, placing her hand on his cheek. I love you, Quinn. I love you too. He kissed her lightly, testing to see if the sparks were still there. His lips burned with a need for her. The same fire burned in her eyes, and their mouths crashed together. Her hands ran through his hair, down his neck, and across his shoulders. He deepened the kiss, unable to hold back. Quinn, she breathed. You didn't answer me. He kissed her neck, feeling her pulse pound against his lips. I'm yours, love. My heart has always belonged to you. And my heart will always be yours. She leaned into him, and he got lost in the feeling of holding her. Ginny was right. 10 years wasn't enough to grow up. Being an adult wasn't a destination, it was a lifelong process, an evolution of the soul. He wasn't perfect either, a fact that she'd been kind enough not to point out. He'd overstepped bounds and said hurtful things, but she'd forgiven him. That's how he knew they were going to make it, that they'd be able to stand together against life's storms. They were going to grow together. That was their strength and their promise. Ginny always said time went too fast, but that was okay, because time would bring great things into their lives, children, family, and grandkids. They'd have it all because they were together. You've been listening to Her Marriage Pact with the Billionaire. A Billionaire Bachelor Cove Romance. Written by Lucy McConnell. Narrated by Christina Dymock.
And we're back. I hope you enjoyed your trip to Seattle and Billionaire Bachelor Cove. This is one of my favorite places on the planet because it is full of very handsome, very eligible billionaires. If you would like to read more of the books in this series, you can find them on Amazon Amazon under Billionaire Bachelor Cove Romances. There are over 20 books in this series written by myself and several other fantastic authors. As always, like, subscribe, and do all those wonderful things that help these videos be found by other viewers. And I will see you in the next audiobook. See ya. Bye-bye.